Chapter 1535. He Qingjian calmly stared at Hu Xiaoheng's handsome but cold face on the big screen and narrowed his eyes. The person they had been looking for 3 to 4 years turned out to be a subordinate of the KGB. It was no wonder. Other than the higher-ups of the KGB, with Huaxia's national power and strength, how could they not be able to find him? At that time, he had mentioned this matter to the higher-ups of the military. As long as the Hu family was in Huaxia, it was impossible for them not to find him. The Hu family wasn't in Huaxia, so they couldn't find him. Now that Hu Xiaoheng had appeared, and he was the trump card of the KGB's Far East Bureau, he wanted to see if Gu Nianji would fall in love with this Hu Xiaoheng, or, a glint flashed across He Qingjian's eyes. He would use this Hu Xiaoheng as a touchstone to test how persistent Gu Nianji's feelings were. He Qingjian thought about it and said to the people in the conference room. The Soviet Union is being sincere this time, right? These generals also knew about the other world, and they also knew about the arrangements with the higher-ups of the Huaxia Empire in the other world. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng, General B, who had been dissatisfied with the Soviet Union's sincerity, said in surprise, "This time, the Soviet Union is really going all out." Yes, he's the trump card of the Far East Bureau. Even the CIA, the German FBI, and the British MI5 have been investigating for so many years, but they haven't been able to find out his true identity. And the 5 of them were probably the only foreign high-level personnel who knew the true identity of the Soviet Union's ace of the Far East, other than the higher-ups of the KGB. Of course, if the Soviet Union hadn't taken the initiative to reveal his identity, they wouldn't have been able to find out his true identity. I heard that he has always disguised himself when he goes on missions. He has never used his true appearance. 10 years ago, when the United States and the Soviet Union were at a critical juncture, the arms race almost pushed the Soviet Union to the brink of collapse. It was this Peter who single-handedly turned the tide and obtained top-secret information from the highest levels of the CIA. He proved that the Star Wars program that the US president was promoting was actually a scam. He Qingjian thought of the arms race that almost brought down the Soviet Union and was deeply moved. Yes, it was at that time that his status as the ace of the KGB's Far East Bureau was truly established. It was also from that time that the United States and the Western world never stopped hunting him. Be it in the open or in the dark, the bounty on him has reached an astronomical figure. As long as you hand him over to the United States or Western intelligence agencies, you won't just be making a fortune. You'll get a fortune that can rival a country. The 5 generals were filled with admiration and respect, but they were also fearful of the person sent by the KGB. General C also said, "Actually, we should have thought of this 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, we had just found out that the most secretive and outstanding intelligence officer in the Huaxia Empire that corresponded to us in the other world was their Special Operations Forces General, Hu Xiaoheng. We couldn't find this person in our country, so this person was most likely in the Soviet Union." He Qingjian was suddenly enlightened. He patted the back of his head and said with a smile, "You really woke me up. That's right. Such a capable intelligence officer is not in our country. The only place he can be is the Soviet Union." Everyone had a meeting for a while to discuss the countermeasures to deal with the arrival of the ace of the Far East before leaving the meeting room. After the meeting, He Qingjian sent He Zhichu the information on the members of the operation team sent by the KGB's Far East Bureau. He Zhichu had just returned to his residence and was about to go to the bathroom to wash up. When he heard his phone ring, he took it over and saw that it was an encrypted message from his father. He quickly slid open his phone to take a look. These messages would be destroyed once they were read. They wouldn't be left on his phone, nor would they be stored on the internet. His finger paused on Linda's photo and quickly swiped it open. He saw the second photo, Ace of the Far East, Peter. His hand trembled. He didn't have time to look at his specific information and quickly called He Qingjian back. "Father, what's going on? How could he be the KGB's ace of the Far East?" "Yes, it's him, Hu Xiaoheng. He Qingjian nodded slowly. It's surprising, isn't it? It's more than surprising. He Jichu smiled bitterly and sat on the sofa. He unbuttoned his shirt and felt very annoyed. It's really him. How could it be? Although it's very surprising, if you think about it carefully, this is the only possibility, He Qingjian said with certainty. If we really have Hu Shaoheng on our side, he wouldn't have been able to escape our search in the country. So the only possibility is that he's abroad, and he's working in an organization that does a very good job of keeping secrets. Otherwise, our field agents abroad aren't to be trifled with. The Soviet Union previously admitted that Xia Zian was with them, and she was also a high-ranking member of the KGB. Now that her grandson is also in the KGB, it's only natural. Intelligence agencies actually like to have several generations of a family working in the same agency. That way, it would be easier to keep secrets. If the parents were in this line of work, there was a high chance that the children would still be in this line of work. This was a tacit understanding among the intelligence agencies of all countries. He Jichu pursed his lips, his sparkling almond-shaped eyes silent. He said, "What is he doing here?" "Picking up Dresden." He Qingjian nodded. "Yes, their operation team will come to pick him up and go to Moscow. They won't take a plane, but will leave by sea. You have to remember to contact him and do a good job of changing shifts." He Jichu gripped his phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Where are they now?" "As far as I know, they've already gone to H City." He Qingjian heard the change in He Jichu's mood, and his expression turned cold. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" He Jichu scoffed and lifted his leg to place it on the coffee table in front of him. "Why would I be afraid of him? I just think it's a little ridiculous. It seems like no matter where we are, we'll always be opponents." He Qingjian's expression cleared up slightly. He turned on the computer to check their plan of action and said calmly, "It's good that you're not afraid. Actually, it's good that he's here. At least it can make Nianji give up. Don't dream. Someone will come and save her in the future. Nianji will know how good you are. Achu, no one but you can risk their lives to go to another parallel world." He Qingjian comforted He Jichu. "She's still young. Don't be too anxious." He Jichu blushed when he thought of what he had done in the evening, but he didn't regret it at all. It was because of his uncontrollable impulse toward Gu Nianji this evening that he was further convinced that he really loved her. His feelings for her were definitely those of a man and a woman. If it was just the same kind of familial love as before, he wouldn't have that kind of desire for her. He Jichu stood up and walked to the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of red wine and poured himself a shallow glass of red wine. He took a sip. "Father, don't let her see this person for the time being." "What's wrong? Are you worried that she'll fall in love with this person?" He Qingjian raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Are you that unconfident in yourself?" "No." He Jichu paused and his eyes narrowed. "I'm worried that the impact on her will be too great. I don't know how sad she'll be." "Isn't that perfect? Completely sever her thoughts about the other side." He Qingjian was happy just thinking about it. When he warned General Ji, he was actually bluffing. At that time, he wasn't sure if they had Hu Shaoheng on their side, but in order to scare them, he didn't hesitate to lie to them. Now, it seemed that God was helping him. Because he wasn't lying. They really had Hu Shaoheng on their side. If Hu Shaoheng on the other side was a lover and really came over without a care for anything, he would actually be happy to see him lose his life. If he came, not only would the other side lose an ace of the intelligence agency, but the ace of the KGB's Far East Bureau would also die. This was absolutely beneficial to their national interests. Because the Soviet Union and Huaxia Empire didn't have a harmonious relationship of comrades and brothers. The conflict between the two countries was no less than the conflict between Huaxia Empire, the United States, and the Western world. However, it was a pity that Huaxia Empire would lose a talent like Hu Shaoheng. However, He Qingjian had already warned them. If they didn't listen to his advice and insisted on going their own way, there was nothing he could do. He Zhichu's emotions were very complicated. He thought about it for a while, then shook his head and said, "I'll let her see him once, but not now. She still has a lot of hope. I don't want her to be too disappointed all of a sudden. It's better to wait for a while and let her see this person when her hope becomes slim. That way, she'll be mentally prepared and won't be too sad." He Qingjian didn't speak for a long time. When He Zhichu thought he was about to hang up, he sighed and said, "Ah Chu, you really love Nianji." He couldn't imagine what he would do if Gu Nianji really refused to comply. Was the worst outcome going to be surgery to remove her memories? What was the difference between that and killing her? He Qingjian hung up the phone and sighed slowly. He thought silently, if Su Wen were here, how would she deal with this problem? His son's stubbornness was actually inherited from him. He Zhichu sat in his room until dawn before taking a nap on the sofa. Gu Nianji had just woken up from her deep sleep. She took out her phone and opened it to look at today's news. Very good, the international scene was still in a state of bloodshed. The information that Dresden had revealed had caused a huge uproar. From the public to the media, from governments to the U.S. Congress and courts, they were all interrogating the CIA about the PRISM program. The CIA could only urge the U.S. Department of Justice to quickly prosecute Dresden for treason and leaking secrets. Gu Nianji was relaxed and happy. Just as she was about to open the little program that Lu Jin had given her and stir up trouble on Twitter, Bai Shuang called. "Lawyer Gu, are you still in H City?" Bai Shuang's voice was much calmer. She wasn't as panicked as she was yesterday. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Yes, I'll leave in 2 days." "What's wrong? When are you leaving? Are you coming back with me?" Bai Shuang looked at Dresden, who was sitting next to her, and smiled. "I can leave after I send Mr. Dresden to Macau." Gu Nianji was shocked and sat up from the bed. "Why did you send him to Macau? Is there no one else?" Because Dresden was looking at her, Bai Shuang had no choice but to say tactfully, "It's like this. Mr. Dresden trusts me more. After all, that lawyer, he has a special identity and can't move as freely as I can." Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and said, "As long as you're happy. I don't have any objections." Bai Shuang smiled and asked, "Then are you free tonight?" "I'm free," Gu Nianji said without hesitation. "I don't know what to do for the past 2 days. I was just about to get up and search the internet for any fun places to go other than Disneyland." "That's great." Bai Shuang finally said what she meant. "It's like this. Mr. Dresden is going to an event on the High Seas cruise tonight to meet with reporters from several international newspapers. However, lawyer, he is a member of the Legislative Council, so he can't accompany him to meet the reporters in private. So Mr. Dresden wants to invite you to come with us and only provide legal assistance. He will pay you the same as lawyer he. Gu Nianji didn't care how much Dresden could pay, but she wanted to go with him to see what other trump cards Dresden had not revealed. Going to the High Seas cruise. Who else is going? Gu Nianji wasn't worried about her safety because Qin Jining and the others were secretly protecting her, but she didn't want to agree too readily. "Oh, Director Zhao from the Lu Corporation will accompany us." Bai Shuang couldn't help blushing as she spoke. She had been interacting with Zhao Liangzi more and more frequently these past 2 days, and her impression of him had deepened. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1524, The Touchstone. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes, dear friends. It's Monday again today, isn't it? Recommendation votes are very important. There are 4,000 monthly votes and updates at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1536. Gu Nianji was delighted to see the possibility of Bai Shuang and Zhao Liang's of falling in love again. JavaScript, she smiled and teased him for a bit before agreeing. Do you have any formal events to attend on the high seas cruise tonight? If not, I won't dress up. What she meant was that she didn't have to choose an evening gown. Bai Shuang hurriedly said, that cruise ship has a lot of entertainment facilities. You can watch shows, but there aren't any formal occasions. Wearing a skirt should be enough. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, felt that the dress was inconvenient, and she had made up her mind to live behind the scenes. Even if there was a formal occasion, she would avoid it. Okay, I got it. What cruise ship is it? Where is it? When are we leaving? Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It wasn't even 8 in the morning. She still had an entire day to prepare and thoroughly understand the situation on the cruise ship. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Bai Shuang looked at her invitation and ticket. I will send the invitation and ticket to you later. The information you want is there. That's great. Thank you, Bai Shuang. Gu Nianji got out of bed happily and went to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, Bai Shuang knocked on Gu Nianji's hotel room door. Gu Nianji saw that it was Bai Shuang from the indoor video and quickly opened the door to let her in. Bai Shuang handed her an envelope. I won't be going in. I still have to go to Lawyer He's for a meeting with Mr. Dresden and Director Zhao. It should be about tonight's matter. Do you want to come with us? Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. I'm just there to make up the numbers. Don't worry about me. You guys go ahead. Just take me out to sea at night. Bai Shuang was very regretful, but she had the excitement and thrill of participating in a big event. She placed her hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and whispered, Thank you, Lawyer Gu. My luck has never been very good. But ever since I met you, my luck has been getting better. Gu Nianji's eyes curved into crescents as she proudly waved her fist in the air and said, Of course. Don't you see who I am? I'm a person blessed with luck. Bai Shuang hugged her with a smile and said, Then I, the unlucky one, will have to absorb more of your luck. Gu Nianji was amused by her and burst out laughing. She was in a great mood. After Bai Shuang left, Gu Nianji ordered breakfast service. While waiting for breakfast, she studied the cruise ship's invitation and ticket. The cruise was called Princess Victoria, but it was not a British cruise. It was a cruise belonging to the Venetian Casino in M City. It was 10 stories high and had more than 1,000 rooms. It could carry 3,000 tourists out to sea at the same time. Although it couldn't compare to the world's largest cruise ship, it was still above average. Moreover, it was as luxurious as the largest cruise ship in the world. In terms of area, it was even more luxurious. Gu Nianji found out that the cruise ship belonged to the parent company, the Venetian Casino, and immediately guessed that the Princess Victoria cruise ship was a gambling ship. M City was known as the Las Vegas of the East. What is Las Vegas? That was the famous gambling city in the United States. One could imagine what Milta's main business was. In that case, the Princess Victoria belonging to the Venice Casino in M City was most likely a gambling ship. Gambling was legal in M City, but not in H City. Therefore, the cruise ship had to sail to the high seas, to the waters outside H City that were outside the jurisdiction of the law before gambling could start. Before that, it should be the show that Bai Shuang had mentioned. There were all kinds of large-scale performances and some small entertainment programs. Gu Nianji looked at the introduction of the entertainment facilities on the cruise ship. It was obvious that there were some gambling places. She suddenly became a little interested. When she was in the other world, she couldn't enter a casino because she wasn't 18 years old yet. Although she had stayed in the United States for half a year, she hadn't gone to Las Vegas to see the world. Now that she was 20 years old, there would definitely be no problem. Her gaze fell on a poster on the cruise ship's invitation. It was obviously a gambling place, and those people were probably playing the famous blackjack, also known as blackjack. This kind of game was more suitable for her because it was a gambling game that tested her memory the most. She wanted to test her camera-like memory and her computer-like mental arithmetic ability to see if she could make a small fortune with this kind of game. She studied it for a while, and breakfast was served. Gu Nianji hurriedly finished her breakfast and spent the entire morning investigating the cruise ship situation. It was a regular cruise ship, and the police and security were also very strong. In the afternoon, Gu Nianji called Lu Yuan again and asked with a smile, "President Lu, are you still in H City?" Lu Yuan looked at the information in his hand and frowned. He nodded. "I have a cocktail party to attend tonight." "What's wrong? You haven't gone back yet." "I still have to stay for 2 more days. My ticket was just changed." Gu Nianji quickly crammed up on the blackjack strategy as she called. Lu Yuan thought that Gu Nianji wanted to go back early, so he quickly said, "Do you want me to call someone?" "Actually, I still have a private plane that I can use." "Do you want them to send you back?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Huh? President Lu, you have a private plane, so why do you still need to buy a commercial plane ticket? Isn't it better to take a private plane?" Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment. He thought to himself, "Would I tell you that Lu Jin wants to get close to you?" Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't say anything, Gu Nianji felt even more certain. She smiled and asked, "President Lu, where's your brother, Mr. Lu Jin?" "I haven't seen him since the banquet the day before yesterday." The corners of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched. This little girl was here to get information from him. Did she think he didn't know that Lu Jin had spent the whole day with her at Disneyland yesterday? Of course, even if he knew, Lu Yuan wouldn't say it. He chuckled and said, there was something he needed to deal with in C City, so he left last night. Oh. Knowing that Lu Jin had left H City and was no longer in this treacherous place, Gu Nianji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's a pity. Mr. Lu Jin is approachable, warm-hearted, and attentive. He's a rare good person. Lu Yuan, girl, do you have some misunderstanding about the word good person? Lu Yuan smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji didn't expect Lu Yuan to reveal anything extraordinary. She smiled and continued, Bai Shuang invited me to the Princess Victoria cruise ship tonight. Director Zhao will also go with us. She didn't mention Dresden because she wasn't sure how much Lu Yuan knew about Dresden. Lu Yuan's smile faded and he stood up from behind his desk. He frowned and said, You're going to the Princess Victoria. It's a gambling ship, you know, right? You know about it too. Gu Nianji's eyebrows twitched. Are you also going to the Princess Victoria tonight? No, the reception I'm going to tonight is at the house of Lawyer He, a member of the Legislative Council, Lu Yuan said calmly. He wasn't worried about Gu Nianji's safety when he thought that Zhao Liangzi would go with him and that He Zhichu and He Qingjian had arranged so many bodyguards for Gu Nianji. Really? No wonder Lawyer He can't spare time to accompany Mr. Dresden today. He still needs a newcomer like me to help him solve his legal problems. Gu Nianji laughed. I'm a little worried that the high seas aren't safe. I wanted to ask President Lu if he wants to go. Why, are you still worried? Lu Yuan smiled and joked with her. Don't worry. Although it's high seas, if someone sells you on high seas, I'll definitely buy you back. President Lu, you're too polite. I eat a lot. If you want to buy me back, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Gu Nianji laughed for a while before hanging up. Lu Yuan wasn't going, and Lawyer He wasn't going either. So which international media outlet was Dresden going to meet on the Princess Victoria? Gu Nianji's hands itched. She hacked into the ticket system of the Princess Victoria cruise ship and got the list of tourists who had bought tickets. This was only the list of tourists who had bought tickets. If they wanted to transfer the tickets before boarding the ship, they could change their names. All in all, it wasn't as strict as the air tickets. Gu Nianji skimmed through it and found that the Princess Victoria had sold more than 2,000 tickets this time. It wasn't full, but judging from the fact that the voyage would only take 1 day and 1 night, these 2,000 tickets were more than enough. Gu Nianji downloaded the names, addresses, and ID numbers of these 2,000 people and found nothing. She didn't have a database like Hu Xiaoheng's. Even if she got the names, addresses, and ID numbers of these people, she wouldn't be able to quickly find out their occupations. She struggled for 2 hours before finally giving up. In any case, these people who bought tickets looked very normal. They all felt like ordinary tourists. Therefore, Gu Nianji wanted to know which international media outlet was meeting with Dresden, and what other big news Dresden had yet to reveal. At 6:00 in the evening, Bai Shuang called Gu Nianji. "Lawyer Gu, the car is waiting for you at the hotel entrance. Come down quickly." Gu Nianji grabbed the 3-1 Philip Lim's dark green mini satchel was slung diagonally around his neck. She wore a crisp and simple white Chanel silk blouse with an open collar and Hermès scarf embroidered with dark green and gold sunflowers around her neck. Saint Laurent in the waistband of low-rise blue jeans. She was originally wearing white Bourbon shoes, but when she looked in the mirror before going out, she felt that it would be better to change into high heels. It would make her legs look longer. She found her Manolo Blahnik nude high-heeled shoes matched perfectly with a pair of blue denim pencil pants. This brand of high heels was the most comfortable. You wouldn't feel tired no matter how long you stood in it. The protection of the arch of the foot was very ergonomic. Gu Nianji was already 1.7 meters tall, so she looked even taller when she put on the 8-centimeter heels. She walked out of the hotel lobby, and the people around her couldn't help but be attracted to her. A pair of straight, long, and beautiful legs wrapped in extremely close-fitting jeans were very eye-catching. She saw a stretch Cadillac luxury car parked at the entrance of the hotel and smiled. Bai Shuang waved at her from the car window. "Lawyer Gu. This way." Gu Nianji walked over quickly. The driver quickly got out of the car and opened the door for her. After Gu Nianji entered, she sat next to Bai Shuang and smiled. "Whose car is this?" "It's Lawyer He's. He lent it to us to make up the scene." Zhao Liangzi sat opposite Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang. He stretched his long legs and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He teased, "Lawyer Gu is really dressed up today. You look like a Victoria's top model with 2 wings on your back." This is the second installment of today's monthly votes of 4,000 plus updates, Chapter 1525, The Unlucky and the Unlucky. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's Monday again today, right? Recommendation votes are very important. It's the end of the month. If you have votes, hurry up and vote. Tomorrow, there will be monthly votes of 4,500 plus updates. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1537. Gu Nianji glanced sideways at Zhao Liangzi and raised her chin slightly. She deliberately said arrogantly, "You have good taste. I'm going today for the Victoria's Angel supermodel look." "Oh. You're so ambitious. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were competing for attention." Zhao Liangzi wanted to tease Gu Nianji the moment he saw her, as if she was a little sister at home. Although Gu Nianji was tall, her big, bright eyes were clear and pure. Her plump, rosy lips were always slightly curled up with a natural smile. She wasn't cold at all. Dresden, who was sitting next to Zhao Liangzi, also took a few more glances at her and praised, "Very pretty. Very pretty." Gu Nianji thanked Dresden in English, then looked at Zhao Liangze and glared at him. How can you say that? Compete for attention. Am I that kind of person? Usually, men come to me crying and screaming to compete for attention. I make them line up at the back. Come on, you just turned 20, right? You're just talking to my sister. Zhao Liangze leaned over and flicked her forehead gently. When you get on the boat, don't run around alone. Follow your sister Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang held Gu Nianji's arm and smiled. Director Zhao will accompany Mr. Dresden to meet his friends later. Shall we play together? Gu Nianji looked between Zhao Liangze and Dresden and smiled. Okay, then take care. I won't stand on ceremony. Dresden said in English that he would pay Gu Nianji double her salary. Gu Nianji looked at him thoughtfully and wondered where this person got so much money. She had investigated his family background. From what she could find out, his family background was ordinary. He was born in an ordinary middle-class family in the United States. His father was a naval officer, his sister was a local government prosecutor, and his mother was a housewife. Dresden had gone to community college and had only been working for a few years. His last job had a higher salary, with an annual salary of $200,000. However, he had been working this high-salary job for less than 2 years. But ever since he had escaped, he had never seemed to worry about money. He stayed in the best hotel, ate the best food, and his clothes were custom-made from famous brands. The watch on his hand was probably worth more than $1 million. Gu Nianji looked at Dresden's shoes. They were a very expensive brand, and they looked custom-made. Custom-made men's shoes were more expensive than custom-made women's clothes. There were too many mysteries surrounding this person. Gu Nianji retracted her gaze and looked at the scenery outside the car window. The Cadillac limousine drove all the way, and the Victoria Harbor was already in sight. After getting out of the car and boarding the boat, Gu Nianji put the phone back on her body. Philippine Lim's dark green mini satchel. This small satchel was so small that it was only big enough to hold 2 cell phones, a wallet, a Dior Addict lipstick, and the pack of tissues that Lu Jin had given her on the plane. She treasured them and could not bear to waste any of them. The phone that Lu Jin had given her had a strong battery storage capacity. Although she hadn't got a number yet, she could use it as a computer as long as there was Wi-Fi. The other phone was the one she often used, the one with the phone number. Walking behind Zhao Liangze and Dresden with Bai Shuang, the 4 of them walked to the 10th floor lobby of the cruise ship. Their tickets were on the 10th floor, the highest floor. That was the place with the best scenery, the most expensive place, and also the place with the most entertainment. Gu Nianji walked in and was stunned by the magnificent murals and decorations that were as magnificent as the Louvre in France. She had once seen the news that the current president of the United States was a person who especially liked glittering decorations, so after he moved into the White House, he couldn't wait to change the toilets in the bathroom into the luxurious style with gold powder. The reason was that in his own building, his bathrooms were all decorated with real gold. The 10th floor lobby of this gambling ship perfectly suited the tastes of the current president of the United States. The endless roof was decorated with gold, and all kinds of embossed ancient Greek murals shone with a golden light. The ceiling in the corner of the room was also enhanced with dark gold lights. Standing at the door and looking inside, everyone seemed to be made of gold. Perhaps in the eyes of the casino owner here, every passenger was his sugar daddy, and was here to give him gold, so he liked to see everyone glittering in the hall. Moreover, the hall here was different from other places. It was like Venice, a floating castle on water. There was a huge pool in the hall that was several meters deep. One gambling hall after another floated on the pool. From one gambling hall to another, one could only go through the pointed water chestnut boats that glided in the hall's pool. The boat was polished very smoothly and covered in tung oil. The wood was dark red, and the part of the water was not wet at all. Zhao Liangzi turned around and said to them with a smile, Mr. Dresden and I will take the number 1 boat over there to discuss some matters. Which gambling hall are you going to play in? There was an electronic screen at the entrance of the hall, which showed the locations and ship numbers of all the gambling halls on this floor. Ship number 1 didn't go to any gambling hall. It headed to an octagonal pavilion in the middle of the hall. The curtains were drawn, and only through the corner of the light could she see the fragrance of clothes and the shadows of temples inside. That was where the most important people hung out. Gu Nianji wasn't interested in that place at all. She glanced at the electronic screen. There were 4 gambling halls that played blackjack. Without hesitation, she chose the number 2 gambling hall on the east side. That was because the deck was right outside the gambling hall. When she went out, she could see the sea view, the moon, and the sunrise from the deck. Bai Shuang also said, I'll go with Lawyer Gu. Zhao Liangzi and Dresden turned around and waved at them before boarding the number 1 boat. Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang then boarded the number 2 boat. The number 2 boat rowed east towards the number 2 gambling hall on the easternmost deck. This was also the gambling hall with the most people playing blackjack. After getting off the boat, Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang exchanged chips at the entrance. They weren't in a hurry to go in. They took a cursory look at the entrance. There were at least 20 gambling tables in the number 2 gambling hall. There was a dealer at each gambling table who was in charge of dealing cards. The number of tourists who bet ranged from 1 to 5. The corner closest to the deck was completely covered by a dark golden velvet curtain. No one knew where it was. Not only were there more people betting at the lively tables, but there were also more onlookers than elsewhere. The gambling tables were also of different sizes. They were arranged in a picturesque manner according to the shape of the gambling hole. There were also bonsai and screens that intersected with each other. Not only did it give the tourists who placed their bets a certain amount of privacy, but it also didn't completely isolate them from others. It could be said that the customers were very important. It could be said that among all the companies in the world, the company with the best attitude towards its customers was the casino. Of course, the casino's degree of exploitation of its customers was also incomparable to that of other companies. Therefore, you get what you pay for. I am not deceiving you. Gu Nianji picked a medium-sized gambling table in the middle and said to Bai Shuang, I'll go there. What about you? Bai Shuang also took a look and smiled. I'll follow you. I've never been to a place like this before. Gu Nianji shrugged and made a face. I've never been here either. But with you as my companion, I'll be a little bolder. Bai Shuang walked in with her. Standing beside her, she felt that there was a Western scenery everywhere. She almost couldn't take it anymore. Both of them were dressed ordinarily, but the female guests here were each more gorgeous than the other. There was a beautiful British woman with shoulder-length red hair in a low-cut skirt. She held a brandy glass in her hand and sat next to a fat white tourist with big ears to watch him place his bets. There was a beautiful blonde woman in a black gown that only revealed 2 holes in her chest. Her blue eyes were as moving as the clear sky. Sitting at the gambling table, she lazily threw out a card and crossed her legs. Her dress was immediately lifted up, revealing her fair thighs. The tourist next to her was a middle-aged Chinese man. His eyes involuntarily drifted to her legs and he forgot about the cards in his hand. He heard a burst of laughter. Straight. Flush. I won. Straight flush. I won. It was the beautiful blonde woman in the black gown that revealed her thighs. The Chinese man sitting next to her, attracted by her thighs, looked dejected. He threw away the cards in his hand and muttered. This is so weird. I'm not playing anymore. He picked up his coat that was draped over the back of the chair and got up to leave. The blonde woman who had just called straight flush also stood up and said to the Chinese man in broken Chinese, Mr. Sen, do you want a drink? The man's anger turned to joy. He turned around and took her hand. That's the bar counter. Miss, would you like to do me the honor? The two of them quickly hooked up and went to drink. They just happened to make room for 2 seats. Gu Nianji and Bai Shuang hurriedly walked over and sat down, taking over the 2 people's seats. The dealer at their table was a white woman who only spoke English and didn't bother with the Chinese-speaking tourists. Every time she dealt the cards, she was cold and didn't even look at anyone. She always had a dejected look on her face. However, her gestures were quick, she read the cards accurately, and she played quickly, so their table also attracted some people. It was here that Gu Nianji slowly accumulated her fame and reputation. The first hand, full house. 3 of the same and 2 of the same, the dealer only had 1 pair. She won. The second hand, 4 of a kind. 10 of the same cards, the dealer actually only had full house. She beat the dealer again. In the third round, the dealer, who had been looking hopeless, glanced at Gu Nianji. She seemed to be very confident and asked her if she was in. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Of course. Straight flush. I have a flush." The dealer actually only had 4 off kind. She beat her again. By the 4th round, the dealer had finished dealing the last round of cards. Her anxious mood finally improved. She looked at Gu Nianji again and actually used Chinese this time. "Are you still in?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled. "So you can speak Chinese?" "Of course I'm in." She spread out the cards in her hand. Royal flush. Flush. Supreme flush. The dealer's face was ashen, and her arms were shaking so much that she almost couldn't pick up the cards in her hand. Gu Nianji leaned over and flipped through all her cards. She smiled. "I'm sorry, you only have an average flush. I'd beat you again." Not only had she won 4 times in a row, but she had only won a little more than the dealer each time. That was very rare. It couldn't have been pure luck. The experts monitoring the gambling hall and the casino immediately began to analyze whether Gu Nianji had cheated and how she had cheated. In their opinion, no one would be able to remember all 312 cards from 6 decks at the same time, so Gu Nianji must have cheated. However, other than smiling at the dealer and flipping the cards with her hand, Gu Nianji didn't make any other physical movements. The casino experts couldn't figure out Gu Nianji's cheating method, but it didn't stop them from finally asking her to leave the table. "Miss, you can't continue to play at this gambling table. Please change to another gambling table." The staff of the casino walked over politely and replaced the dealer at this gambling table. Gu Nianji played a total of 6 rounds and won all of them. She had already won more than $100,000 in chips. Bai Shuang had only played 2 rounds with her and won a small few $1,000s. Gu Nianji knew that the casino had this rule. If she won more, these casinos would blacklist her, and casinos around the world would ban her from entering for a certain period of time. Therefore, she didn't argue with these people. She got up with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll play at another table." She made up her mind to lose some money so that she wouldn't really be blacklisted and lose a lot of fun in the future. Because she had already become the key observation target of this gambling hall, the casino staff directly led her to the A table with the highest stakes, the strictest supervision, and the highest level of gamblers. It was the place in the corner that was covered by a dark golden velvet curtain. The staff ushered her in. Bai Shuang wasn't qualified to go in yet. Gu Nianji turned to her and said, "You play by yourself. If you lose, it's on me." She grabbed a handful of large chips for her. With Bai Shuang's playing style, she probably wouldn't lose even if she played all night. Bai Shuang smiled and waved. "I'll wait for you nearby. Don't play for too long." "I know. I'm just going to see the world." Gu Nianji made a face at her. The dark golden velvet curtain was lifted, and Gu Nianji walked in and found a random seat to sit down. There weren't many people here. 3 people sat sporadically at the gambling table, and there were only 4 people including her. There was also a dealer standing. There was a total of 5 people. The dealer was a handsome white man with black hair and blue eyes. As soon as he saw her come in, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect a real beauty to join our battle tonight." The other 3 gamblers sitting were all men. When they heard this, 2 of them turned their heads to look at her. Their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but come over to talk to her. The 2 of them were a little old, and Gu Nianji didn't have the patience to deal with them. She didn't want to look for sugar. Daddy, who had the patience to deal with these old men? She nodded politely and waved for them to sit down. Only one man sat there. He didn't get up to greet her. He just looked indifferently at the decks of cards in front of the dealer. Gu Nianji glanced at it casually and suddenly froze. Her heart was beating violently uncontrollably. It was so loud that her eardrums were like drums. She suspected that everyone here could hear her heartbeat. However, when she looked at the people around her again, they didn't notice it at all. Their attention was on the poker cards in front of the dealer. However, she could no longer remember the cards and looked straight over. The man sitting next to her was sitting in a classic European chair. He was lazy, with one arm bent on the gambling table. He held a cigar in his hand, but it wasn't lit. The other arm was flat on the gambling table, holding a card in his hand. His face was so handsome that it made people feel despair. It was as if it was covered in ice. It was charming, but he didn't know it. It had an extra layer of devilish attraction. His facial features were exquisite and beautiful. His eyebrows were like mountains, and his long eyelashes were like the dense forest on the mountainside. His deep eyes looked down lightly, and his tall and straight nose was full of sculptural beauty. The curve of his jaw was especially exquisite. It was like the golden ratio of a human face, in line with everyone's definition and fantasy of beauty. Gu Nianji was almost stunned. Her chest was beating wildly. She wanted to shout, run, rush over and shake him desperately. She wanted him to look over quickly. All the noise and luxurious dreams in the casino dissipated. He was the only one in her eyes. However, he sat expressionlessly, his long and powerful fingers constantly playing with a card. After a while, he looked up and said coldly in Chinese, "Have you seen enough?" His voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. His deep, dark eyes were filled with disgust and annoyance, as if he hated this kind of situation. Before Gu Nianji could react, the dark golden velvet curtain behind her was lifted again. A gorgeous and tall Chinese beauty with long wavy hair dyed wine red walked in. She sat on the man's lap, hugged his neck, and lowered her head to kiss him on his right cheek. She smiled and said in Russian, "Darling, that little girl is almost drooling when she looks at you." A second ago, the world in front of Gu Nianji was still a beautiful kaleidoscope with flowing lights. A second later, her kaleidoscope suddenly fell to the ground. All kinds of prosperity and beauty suddenly disappeared, leaving only fragmented glass shavings on the ground. This was today's big chapter, chapter 1526, Darling. On the second last day of February, the monthly votes of the relatives, this chapter already had 4,700 words, which was equivalent to 2 or 4 chapters for others. Give me some encouragement. Monthly votes are enough. Try to fight for 8:20 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1538. Gu Nianji's big eyes, which were as bright as stars, dimmed bit by bit. She stared blankly at the man sitting next to her. She wanted to say something, but her throat was very obstructed. Her plump lips trembled, and she couldn't say a word. They clearly had the same facial features, but they gave her a completely different feeling. If Gu Nianji's memory of Hu Shaoheng was an oil painting with thick ink and heavy colors, it was full of grandeur. Although he was also so handsome that it made people feel desperate and suffocated, he still had human warmth and generosity. But the person in front of her now was more like an exquisite beauty drawn with meticulous brushwork. Every detail was perfect and flawless. But he was as cold as ice, as cold as the third day of the year. He was completely different from the person in her memory. The voice of Hu Shaoheng in her memory was low and magnetic, like a subwoofer that shook people's hearts. The voice of the man in front of her was clear and cold. It was a typical baritone. Gu Nianji was obsessed with looks and voices. As soon as the person spoke, Gu Nianji knew that she had recognized the wrong person. That voice was completely different. The initial palpitation gradually dissipated, and more differences reminded her that this was not the person in her heart. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and looked at the cards in the dealer's hand in front of her. She didn't have the energy to remember and count the cards anymore. She lost 3 rounds in a row, and tens of thousands of dollars were gone in the blink of an eye. Her face was full of pain. In the eyes of the people monitoring the casino, they thought that she had lost money because she was sad and couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Fortunately, this person wasn't strong enough to make them look at him differently or even add him to the blacklist. The man next to her who looked exactly like Hu Shaoheng had won a lot, more than she had won at the other table just now. "Darling, you're so amazing." The beautiful woman sitting on his lap hugged him and kissed him repeatedly. Big red lip prints covered his face one after another. However, he only looked at her with a smile, took out a napkin, and elegantly wiped his face. Then, he extended the napkin that had red lipstick stains in front of the woman. His voice was clear and affectionate. "Naughty girl." Both of them spoke Russian, and Gu Nianji had taught herself Russian when she was in the other world. She could understand most daily conversations, so at this time, the blow to her was even worse. Her expression was wooden and her body was stiff. She finally couldn't listen anymore. He abruptly stood up, turned around, and rushed out of the specially concealed gambling table. Without hesitation, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him and came outside the deck, gasping for breath. Just now, when she was inside, she was really suffocating. She even forgot to breathe completely. It took almost all of her self-control not to break down in front of that person. The deck outside was decorated luxuriously and comfortably. A few postmodern sofas made by designers were placed in a circle along the railing. Gu Nianji walked around the sofa and rushed to the railing. She gripped the railing tightly with both hands, and her body swayed. She was like a night epiphyllum in the night wind, blooming to the extreme. Not far from her, a tall man stood on the deck with a cigarette in his hand. He looked at the moonlight on the sea indifferently and gently exhaled a puff of white smoke. Under the hazy moonlight, his handsome face was even more beautiful than the moonlight. Gu Nianji rushed out and couldn't stop her tears. She was so emotional that she didn't see anyone standing there at all. With tears in her eyes, the man walked to her side and gently pulled her into his arms. Gu Nianji had an illusion for a moment. She snuggled up to him and murmured, "Major General Hua, is that you?" The man froze for a moment, then lowered his head to kiss the top of her head. His cold voice rang in her ear, "No, I'm He Zhichu. Don't mistake me for someone else." Gu Nianji closed her eyes, and a stream of tears rolled down again, wetting He Zhichu's shirt. He Zhichu held the cigarette in one hand and hugged Gu Nianji with the other. Expressionless, he took another drag. Gu Nianji greedily smelled the familiar cigarette smell in his arms and couldn't help but indulge herself. He Zhichu gently patted her back and silently soothed her nervousness. After a while, Gu Nianji whispered, "Why are you here?" He Zhichu looked down at her deeply and said, "I was worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I came to see you." Gu Nianji hugged his thin waist and rubbed her face against it. You knew. You saw it too. He-Ji-Chu didn't say anything and patted her head. When I first saw him, I thought I was hallucinating because I missed him so much. Gu Nianji whimpered, but as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew it wasn't him. This isn't him. Because the Major General who she loved wouldn't look at her with such cold and bored eyes. Because the Major General who she loved wouldn't look at another woman with such a doting gaze. Because the Major General who she loved wouldn't be flirting with another woman in front of her, Gu Nianji couldn't bear the thought of the situation just now. Even if she knew he wasn't him, seeing him flirting with another woman in front of her with that face made Gu Nianji want to die. She leaned into He-Ji-Chu's arms and whispered, "In the past, I looked down on people who lived and died for love. But just now, for a moment, when I rushed out, I really wanted to jump down from this 10-story building. If I die, everything will be over. I won't have a headache, I won't have a broken heart, and I won't have to face that kind of embarrassment. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a coward who can't stand and talk." Gu Nianji kept berating herself for her cowardice and incompetence. He-Ji-Chu was silent for a long time before saying, "I can't blame you. Everyone overestimates their ability to bear and underestimates their ability to endure." Therefore, only she knew whether the shoes fit her feet or not. After Gu Nianji cried, her suppressed emotions were released to a certain extent, and her mood gradually calmed down. She buried herself in He-Ji-Chu's arms and muttered, "Who is that person? Do you know him?" He-Ji-Chu must have some understanding of this person's identity since he had rushed over. He-Ji-Chu thought about it and didn't hide it from her, because he was worried that it would cause her more trouble. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. "He's the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter. His Chinese name is also Hua Xiaoheng." When Gu Nianji heard this name, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She remembered that she had asked Xie Qingying about Xie Xian's whereabouts. Xie Qingying had said that Xie Xian had gone to the Soviet Union in her early years. Then she had asked her why she hadn't asked the KGB to help find her. In the end, it had come true. It was as if no matter how the gears of fate turned, it could always bring the same people to the same situation. Gu Nianji's face grew paler and paler. She didn't know how to face all of this. He-Ji-Chu hugged her even tighter and continued to murmur in her ear, "What's wrong? You can't stand hearing this name." Gu Nianji punched him hard and pushed him away. She turned around and smoothed her hair. She said uncomfortably, "No, I just saw it and was a little surprised." He-Ji-Chu narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and looked her up and down for a while, as if he was measuring how much sincerity was in her words. "Really? Just surprised? Don't you want to say hello?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him and replayed the scene in her mind. She suddenly came back to her senses and said in surprise, "That woman is Xiao Yi." She quickly remembered that Xiao Yi had also worked as a secret agent in the Russian KGB. However, at that time, she had used a disguise and was very ordinary. Xiao Yi's real appearance was especially beautiful. It was the appearance of the woman with long curly hair. She had been with Xiao Yi day and night for more than a month, so she was too familiar with her. However, when she first saw the man who looked exactly like Hua Xiaoheng, she was shocked and emotional. Her attention was completely attracted by him, so she didn't realize who the beautiful woman sitting on his lap was. He-Ji-Chu looked away and nodded. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Yes, she's Xiao Yi, also known as Linda. She's the KGB's Far East beauty." Gu Nianji was stunned. Hua Xiaoheng became Peter, but Xiao Yi is still Linda. She remembered Peter from the other side. He was a man who always had drooping eyelids, as if he couldn't wake up all day long. His appearance was also very ordinary. "Yes." He-Ji-Chu nodded and gently flicked the ashes into the sea. "Theoretically speaking, because we don't have Hua Xiaoheng on our side, he became Peter from the KGB's Far East Bureau. He's Major General Hua's counterpart over there, isn't he? Gu Nianji stared at He Jichu intently, not letting go of even the slightest expression on his face. This is the second monthly ticket for today, 4,500 plus updates, Chapter 1527, Who is he? On the second last day of February, the monthly tickets for the relatives, give me some encouragement. Monthly tickets are enough. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1539. He Jichu lowered his eyelashes, and the darkness hid his gaze. His cold and clear voice pierced straight into people's hearts in the dark sea. He said, yes, he's Major General Hua's counterpart over there. Look, there's also Hua Xiaoheng here. Have you given up? Gu Nianji was angered by his words. She raised her head and said, give up? Why should I give up? Even if he's Major General Hua's counterpart, I won't give up. He Jichu snorted and looked at her indifferently. Then what do you want? Gu Nianji pursed her lips with a stubborn expression. She recalled seeing that person kissing Linda affectionately and making a mess of her face. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll kill him. As long as he died, he would naturally clear the way for Hua Xiaoheng on the other side. He Jichu was so angry that he laughed. He asked, do you really know who he is? If you want to kill him, you might as well bang your head against the wall to prevent yourself from causing a disaster. He's the KGB's trump card in the Far East. For more than a decade, no country's intelligence agency in the world has known his true identity. This time, it's for Dresden in the United States. The Soviet Union made a deal with us to show their sincerity and let him come over to help. So, you want to kill the KGB's trump card? He Jichu pointed at her with his cigarette-holding hand. Even the CIA's strongest agent, Mr. X, doesn't dare to boast like that. Should I say that you're a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers, or that the ignorant are fearless? Gu Nianji, she turned her head away and looked at the undulating sea, speechless. Don't say I didn't tell you. We don't have enough energy to support another magnetic resonance. That's why we won't be able to open the passage to that side within 100 years. He Jichu took out a lighter and tossed it up and down. Do you know what this means? You've said it before. Gu Nianji placed her hands on the railing of the ship and looked at the moonlight in the sky with a wooden expression. It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm very confused. Why did you and Wen Shuyi come and go freely in the past? Why didn't you worry about running out of energy? He Jichu turned on the lighter and lit another cigarette for himself. Actually, this matter is also an unsolved case. The energy we've stored can last us for 1,000 years. We shouldn't have used it up so quickly. Gu Nianji, He Jichu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Do you still remember when Qin Jining first picked you up, you didn't go straight back to the imperial capital. Instead, you went to Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea for no reason. Gu Nianji nodded. Fortunately, Qin Jining is stupid enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered even more. He Jichu didn't smile. His eyes were deep and meaningful, like a moving painting under the moonlight. He turned around and sat on the railing. His long legs stretched out on the deck as he looked at the situation inside the floor-to-ceiling window. He calmly said, actually, there was an accident when I picked you up. The magnetic resonance instrument was suddenly disturbed by a strong magnetic field, as if there was another force competing with us for your coordinates. The energy consumption suddenly increased by hundreds or thousands of times. In the end, the staff on our side remembered that I hadn't returned yet. They were worried that all the energy had been used up, so they hastily cut off the connection. You and Qin Jining were thrown to Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea. After He Jichu finished speaking, he looked at her and reached out to pick up the long hair that had been tied up behind her head. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. But don't worry, the magnetic field energy that was competing with us for your coordinates didn't have an easy time either. When the two armies fought, they lost 1,000 of their own and injured 800 of their enemies. Their situation was even worse than ours. Gu Nianji understood one thing from Hijichu's vague description. Something had gone wrong when she had first arrived. In those short 10 seconds, almost all the high-energy magnetic field energy in this world had been used up. By the time you returned to this world, your energy had been completely used up. Gu Nianji turned to look at Hijichu. Hijichu nodded meaningfully. That's about it. The current energy is only enough to monitor the other party's magnetic field. But if they really want to do something, there's nothing we can do to stop them. He also turned to look at Gu Nianji. There was no expression on his face, but the meaning was obvious. He hadn't intended to tell Gu Nianji in detail about this matter. But now that the dust had settled, even if Hu Xiaoheng came over, he wouldn't cause any losses to them. Moreover, seeing how sad Gu Nianji was, he told her everything in order to make her give up completely. Gu Nianji blinked, her eyes sparkling. You can still monitor the magnetic field over there. How is it monitored? Can you make a call? Hijichu scoffed and gave a half-smile. I know what you're thinking. Yes, they haven't given up yet. They're still trying to find the frequency of magnetic resonance. However, my father has already told them the physical principles of parallel space. If they're not afraid of death, they can come over. Gu Nianji's heart tightened. She understood what Hijichu meant. You want to call them? Hijichu looked at her calmly. Contact them. Wait for them to achieve a technological breakthrough, open the channel, and let you go over. Gu Nianji didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she meant it. Hijichu shook his head. If only it were that simple. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if they open the magnetic channel, you won't be able to go over. Why? Gu Nianji's eyes turned red again. This was her last hope. When she saw the KGB's Ace of the Far East tonight, she knew that this was her only way out. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't come over, so she could only go over. There was no energy here, so she could only hope that the other side could find the frequency of magnetic resonance and open the magnetic channel. Then she could go over. However, Hijichu refuted her last thought without hesitation. Gu Nianji took a step forward and grabbed Hijichu's shirt. She said angrily, "Make yourself clear." Why can't I? I'll definitely be fine going over myself. You and Wen Shuyi can come and go as you please. Hijichu grabbed her hand that was grabbing his shirt and pulled it down. He said indifferently, because they didn't mark your human magnetic field data, they couldn't let you enter the magnetic resonance channel that they opened. Human magnetic field data. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She didn't understand anything about particle physics at all. It was really hopeless. You know that the human body also has a magnetic field, even though it's very weak. Hijichu raised his hand that was holding the cigarette and stared at Gu Nianji's pretty little face. Everyone's magnetic field is different. Just like DNA, it's also a unique mark of each person's body. The biggest function of the magnetic field resonator is to identify the frequency of the magnetic field, including the human body's, nature's, and the frequency of the spacetime magnetic field. When the magnetic field resonator opens the magnetic field channel, only the human magnetic field that it can identify can enter the spacetime on the other side through the magnetic field it opens. Hijichu's thin lips curled up into a mocking smile. And the magnetic field resonator on the other side has been in secret research for so many years. They didn't have time to mark your human magnetic field before you left their world. So even if they open the magnetic field channel, you won't be able to pass. Gu Nianji staggered back a few steps as if she had been hit hard. They still have to mark the human magnetic field. Of course. Otherwise, do you think the magnetic field resonator is that powerful? As long as it's opened, thousands of troops can pass through at will. He Ji-chu looked at her calmly. My father won't tell you these things, but I don't want to hide it from you and give you false hope and unrealistic fantasies. Gu Nianji's expression was uncertain. She clenched her fists and quickly found a loophole. She sneered and said, "Don't lie to me. You guys didn't mark my human magnetic field data either. How could you kidnap me?" He Ji-chu raised an eyebrow. No, we have your human magnetic field data marked here. What? Gu Nianji was shocked. When was it marked? 7 years ago, when you were sent over, your human magnetic field data was marked in that magnetic field resonator. He Ji-chu looked at her with pity. That magnetic field resonator is the magnetic field resonator we found later. It's also the magnetic field resonator we've been using. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. 7 years ago. Yes, do you remember the car accident? When I chased after you, I only saw the car you were in disappear into the fire. Your father was laughing maniacally in the fire. He Ji-chu didn't say anything else. He turned his head and looked away. He saw the fire engulfing the car with his own eyes, the little girl in the car, and Gu Xiangwen, who was laughing maniacally with his head raised. He thought she had been burned to death like Gu Xiangwen. Later, his father, He Qingjian, set up an inescapable net to investigate thoroughly. Only then did he discover the abnormal movements of the high-energy magnetic field and the magnetic field resonator hidden nearby. With the help of the high-energy physicists, they finally confirmed that the car hadn't been burned in the fire, but had gone to a parallel universe. My father was laughing maniacally in the fire. Gu Nianji's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth to ask a few more questions, but quickly changed her mind. So you mean that no matter what, I can't go over, right? Gu Nianji walked over and took the burning cigarette from He Ji-chu's hand. She threw it into the sea and said, "Don't smoke in front of me again. I don't like it. But you don't seem to dislike Hua Xiaoheng smoking in front of you." He Ji-chu clapped his hands and dusted off some ash. Yes, because you're not him. Gu Nianji turned around and entered the gambling hall again. He Ji-chu pursed his lips and stared at the closed floor-to-ceiling window. He shook his head with a wry smile. She knew how to stab him in the heart the best. So it seemed that he really just had to get used to it. Gu Nianji returned to the gambling table angrily and found that the chips in front of the KGB ace had piled up into a small mountain. The beautiful KGB beauty, Linda, was sitting in the seat she had just sat in. She supported her head with one hand and looked at her ace lovingly. Gu Nianji snorted coldly. She walked over and knocked on the gambling table in front of her. She said coldly in Chinese, "Miss, this is my seat. You've taken over my place." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1528, I'll Kill Him. On the last day of February, the relatives quickly cast their monthly votes, give them some encouragement. Just a monthly vote like that at 8:00 in the evening, 5,000 monthly votes with advance updates. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1540. The beautiful Linda turned her head away in amusement and looked up at Gu Nianji from below. She smiled and said something in Russian, meaning that she didn't understand Chinese, and asked Gu Nianji what she was talking about. She had originally wanted to put this arrogant girl in her place, but she didn't expect Gu Nianji to roll her eyes and say directly to the ace of the Far East, next to Linda, "Sir, your girl is taking my seat. Tell her to get up." The corners of Linda's mouth twitched. She stood up with a smile and made way. She crossed her arms and said in fluent Chinese, "Little girl, you speak so vulgarly. Where are your manners? Are you worthy of your designer clothes?" Gu Nianji scoffed. "Didn't you say you didn't understand Chinese and didn't know what I was talking about? Now you're not pretending." Linda's expression changed slightly. "You know Russian. I don't know a single word. Gu Nianji was furious, but she smiled brightly on her face. She stretched out her snow-white fingers and shook them in front of Linda. She sat down and clicked her tongue. Miss, please stay away from me when you're talking. The makeup on your face is so thick that it's flying in front of me. I have asthma. Let me tell you, it's fatal if your powder affects my breathing. You still dare to gamble on a cruise ship on the high seas with asthma? Linda brushed her long wavy hair with her hand and winked at her seductively. Why aren't you going back to lie down and rest? Don't you have any knowledge? Gu Nianji snapped her fingers seriously. Asthmatics are strong, and winning the Winter Olympics is a lot of fun. Only those with asthma can win the gold medal, understand? The two older men next to them couldn't help laughing when they heard the two beauties bickering. Linda was beautiful, while Gu Nianji was delicate and beautiful. Although they were different types of beauties, they were both the best of their type. It was a pleasure to watch beauties quarrel. However, Linda didn't know if it was because her Chinese wasn't smooth, or if she wasn't as eloquent as Gu Nianji, but she was stunned by Gu Nianji's retort. Just as she was about to retort, she remembered something and her expression darkened. She looked at Gu Nianji deeply, and a trace of vigilance and annoyance flashed in her eyes. Gu Nianji happened to look up and met her gaze. She immediately narrowed her eyes and said unhappily, "What's wrong? What's with that look? Did he not believe in the abilities of an asthma patient? Or are you trying to teach me a lesson after coming up with this gambling ship? Why are you so unreasonable? How lawless." Linda was one of the top experts in the KGB's Far East Bureau. The KGB's Flower of the Far East title was not for nothing. As a member of the KGB, they were truly lawless. Linda instantly regained her confidence. She smiled and stopped talking nonsense with Gu Nianji. She simply sat on the ace of the Far East's lap again and lowered her head to say to him, "Darling, someone doesn't like me. Why aren't you helping me?" Gu Nianji was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Flaunting their affection in front of her and acting coquettishly with someone who looked exactly like her man. Was she looking down on Gu Nianji? Deep down, Gu Nianji knew that she was being unreasonable. This ace of the Far East had nothing to do with her Major General Hua, but she hadn't seen him for so long. Even if she looked at a fake, it was better than nothing. She could reward her eyes. She hadn't expected God to go against her wishes and add another person to stain her eyes. Fine, no one would have an easy time. Gu Nianji slammed the table and said angrily to the surveillance camera diagonally in front of the gambling table, "How much did I win just now, and you think I cheated? You even asked me out of the gambling table and threw me here." She pointed at the chips in front of the ace of the Far East. "But what about him? Did you see how much he had won? Why didn't anyone come and chase him away? You guys are just so arrogant. This kind of person should be blacklisted. He's not allowed to enter the casino for life." The staff on the other side of the surveillance camera were very embarrassed. They knew that Gu Nianji couldn't see their faces, so they looked away guiltily. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask this man who had won millions of dollars to leave the casino, but this man had a platinum VIP card from the gambling ship. He could overdraft and win unlimited money. Even if he really cheated, they could only watch. They, the small fry monitoring staff, had no right to criticize this kind of casino tycoon. In a sense, Gu Nianji really wasn't wrong to scold them. They were just arrogant. After Gu Nianji finished speaking, she saw that there was still no movement from the surveillance camera. She became even more embarrassed and angry. She glared at the dealer angrily. "Deal the cards. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll file a complaint for sexual harassment." The dealer, he quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look again. He shuffled the cards again and began a new round of dealing. Linda could now see where Gu Nianji's hostility came from. She smiled and kissed the man again. Darling, what's wrong with that girl? Do you really not know her? Look at how she keeps peeking at you. Her eyes are all red. The ace of the Far East was expressionless. Without turning his head, he said. How would I know? Maybe she's crazy. Linda burst into laughter, convulsing back and forth. Her plump breasts bounced non-stop and were about to hit the ace of the Far East's face. Gu Nianji couldn't watch anymore. She used her hand to block his line of sight and sneered in her heart. Showing off your love will die quickly. You only show off what you lack. Her gaze was only fixed on the cards in the dealer's hand, and she forced her attention to the scoreboard. After this round of cards was dealt, Gu Nianji finally regained her standard. She started with a straight flush. Although it was a little smaller than the ace of the Far East's straight flush, it was bigger than the other two men and the dealers. After slowly winning back the tens of thousands of dollars she had lost, Gu Nianji targeted the ace of the Far East and Linda. As long as they made out, she would raise the stakes again. Under the double stimulation, her camera-like memory played an even stronger role than when she was at the other gambling table. In the next 3 rounds, she won a straight flush. Because she didn't like the two couples next to her, she kept doubling the stakes. After 3 rounds, she had already doubled the hundreds of thousands of dollars she had just won to more than $1 million. 1/3 of the chips in front of the ace of the Far East were in front of her. Gu Nianji was feeling smug when the beautiful Linda smiled at her, revealing her 8 white teeth. You're down in love, but you're up in the casino. Miss, are you out of love? Gu Nianji did choke for a moment, but she quickly retorted. She casually counted the chips in front of her and said, Miss, you make it sound as if you'll be up in love just because you're down in the casino. Linda hugged the ace of the Far East's neck and said with a smile, although we lost money, don't you see that we're proud of ourselves? I only see you lying on someone else's lap and constantly sexually harassing this man. I don't see what you have to be proud of. Gu Nianji blinked her big bright eyes and continued to shake her fingers with a smile. Pfft. The 2 older men and the dealer in the gambling hall laughed again. Even the staff behind the surveillance couldn't help laughing. They thought that this little girl was too eloquent. You! Linda was so embarrassed by their laughter that she almost flew into a rage. She subconsciously stood up and clenched her hands into fists. A trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. She, Linda, had been in the Far East for so many years. When had she ever been ridiculed like this? She would never blabber on such a small fry who didn't even have a name. With the intention to kill, Linda already had 2 poison needles in her hand. The poison on the poison needles could create symptoms similar to an asthma attack. Even if she killed her, the forensic doctor would only detect that it was an asthma attack. This woman had just said with certainty that she had asthma, so she would fulfill her wish. The ace of the Far East coughed softly and glanced at Linda indifferently. Linda trembled, and the killing intent that had just risen immediately disappeared. What was wrong with her today? She was actually provoked by a little girl to the point of losing her cool. This was her immediate superior. If she pissed him off, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was today's second monthly vote of 5,000 plus updates, Chapter 1529, Judging People by Their Looks. On the last day of February, the relatives quickly cast their monthly votes. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Little expert Gu Nianji vs. Tyrant Flower who kills your whole family at a disagreement. Who wins? Please place your bets. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1541. Linda remembered that the Far East Bureau often teased her boss, who was called the Ace of the Far East, saying that, wherever the ace goes, not a blade of grass grows. Although it was an exaggeration, it was not far from the truth. His ruthlessness, ferocity, and ruthlessness were written in the Far East Bureau's Newcomer's Handbook. He had once gone to the Middle East alone and made friends with those countries. In the end, he had caused a huge war between the countries. The war had lasted for several years, and there had been countless deaths and injuries. In the end, he had successfully exposed the CIA's deployment in the Middle East. He had led the disaster to the West, causing both countries to complain about the CIA. Until now, both countries only knew that they were at odds with each other. At the same time, they hated and feared the United States. The KGB of the Soviet Union had successfully hidden themselves, and no one knew their role in it. This incident had established his position as the ace of the Far East. As colleagues, they were well aware of this, but it was only now that she was one of the people who had the honor of seeing the true face of the ace of the Far East. Before this, only the head of the KGB and the head of the Soviet Union, Putin, knew his true face. Linda didn't deny that the moment she saw his true face, her heart almost stopped beating, her mind went completely blank, and her adrenaline successfully soared to the point of exploding. She finally knew the reason why she had refused to settle down for so many years. It was because she was waiting for him. They had been colleagues for so many years, but she was only moved now. But she also knew that this secret love would not come to fruition. If she dared to really show her love, what awaited her would definitely be expulsion from the KGB. She couldn't have her career and love at the same time. She was only willing to kiss every inch of the ground under his feet and bury her love in every corner he walked. He only needed to cough softly, and she could throw away her armor. Now that she was as quiet as a cicada in winter, who would recognize her as the flower of the Far East, of the KGB, who had single-handedly killed 16 Japanese Secret Service spies on the South Kuril Islands? Linda moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, she withdrew the poison needle and pressed it into her bracelet. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Nothing had happened. Gu Nianji didn't realize that she had just walked through the gates of hell, but she did feel Linda's murderous aura that couldn't be ignored. But she was not afraid. Ever since she was kidnapped and brought here, she had been trying her best to endure it. She used the most nonchalant attitude and mentality to deceive others and herself. Until today, when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's counterpart, all her anger, resentment, pain, and other negative emotions finally erupted at this moment. If he died, so be it. What's the big deal? Gu Nianji grabbed the cards and sneered at Linda. What about me? Looking at your murderous expression, I have to call the police. My personal safety is threatened. I'm worried that if I walk out of this gambling hall, I'll be dead in the pool. No, it's such a pity for me. I've just turned 20, unlike you, who's almost 30. You've lived long enough. Linda's expression changed at Gu Nianji's provocation. Calling her vicious was one thing, she took it as a compliment, but calling her auntie and calling her old was intolerable. Linda couldn't take it anymore. She walked over and slammed the table in front of Gu Nianji. Are you done? Who wants your life? Don't be so shameless. She deliberately created an image of herself as a big-breasted, brainless, and hot-tempered vase. This was the persona she often used. It was very effective, and it never attracted attention. After all, who would think that a vase had brains and skills? My face isn't as big as yours. Look at your big face. A piece of powder will probably only last you for 2 days. Gu Nianji was waiting for someone to argue with her. Her expression immediately became eager. She took out her phone to call the police. Miss. A slender, beautiful hand reached over and pressed on her phone. The clear voice was emotionless, cold, and vicious. You dial a number, and I promise you'll be dead in front of the gambling table. You don't have to go to the pool outside. Gu Nianji ignored his threat. Her eyes fell straight on the pair of hands. Every finger was so perfect. The fingers were so straight that it was against the rules. There were no joints in the middle, and the nails were neatly trimmed and clean. They were even better maintained than a woman's hands. Hu Xiaoheng's hands were also clean, but they hadn't been maintained. There were small cuts on the back of his hands. Just by looking at these hands, she knew that this person had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng. They were counterparts. They were both the same in different existences. Just like Zhao Liangze and Bai Shuang on this side, and Zhao Liangze and Bai Shuang on the other side. She raised her head and looked at his eyes again. It was really the face she was familiar with. It was the face she remembered in her heart, but it had a completely different expression. There was no emotion in the depths of his eyes. He just looked at her expressionlessly. He leaned closer. His tailored casual suit was half open, and his long legs were crossed. His silver phone peeked out of the inner pocket of the suit. Gu Nianji's eyes gradually turned red again. Tears fell down her cheeks and dripped onto the back of the man's hand. Linda's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How dare he stand up to the KGB's ace of the Far East and the flower of the Far East? The ignorant were truly fearless. Even you want to kill me? Gu Nianji wiped her tears and simply handed over her neck. She gestured with her hands. Do it. Do you have a knife? Cut me here. She's really crazy. Linda muttered. She began to reflect on why she would argue with a lunatic. The ace of the Far East was obviously stunned as well. However, he quickly reacted and retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. He looked at the dealer and said calmly, "Deal the cards. In the future, you can't let mental patients in casually." Who is the mental patient talking about? Gu Nianji restrained her emotions and stopped crying. She glanced at him sideways and took a card from the dealer's hand to trick him. The ace of the Far East ignored her. Linda interrupted from behind, "Of course the mental patient is talking about you." The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up. She continued to play cards and said, "Since you admit that you're mentally ill, I won't hold it against you. Deal the cards." Linda's face darkened. She gritted her teeth behind Gu Nianji and glared at her long hair, but she didn't dare to make any more small movements. After playing a few more rounds, Gu Nianji won more and more. Just as she was about to continue showing off, her phone rang. She picked it up. It was Bai Shuang. "Lawyer Gu, Director Zhao and Mr. Dresden asked us to go over. Are you coming out?" Gu Nianji looked at her hand and gave up regretfully. She said, "I'll come out right away." "Wait a minute." She took the chips and handed them to the casino to exchange for money and deposited into her bank account. She got up and left the casino. She lifted the dark golden velvet curtain and saw Bai Shuang waving at her from the opposite side. She took the boat over and walked out of the hall with her. Zhao Liangze and Dresden were waiting for them at the door. Gu Nianji looked at them curiously. "Are you done talking? What's the big deal?" Zhao Liangze laughed. "What big deal? Spicy hot pot, it's all big stuff." Bai Shuang naturally walked to Zhao Liangze's side and said, "Thank you, Director Zhao." "Miss Bai, you're welcome. It was nothing." Zhao Liangze's attitude towards her was much gentler, and there was even a hint of affection. Gu Nianji looked at them with a smile and said, "You guys are so familiar with each other, so why are you being so polite? You can call him Little Zay, and he can call you Ah Shuang, right?" Bai Shuang blushed slightly and was about to decline when Zhao Liangze said first, "Okay, Ah Shuang can call me Little Zay from now on." Bai Shuang was extremely happy, and her smile became even sweeter and brighter. The two of them looked at each other. Even if they were talking about boring things like how nice the weather was tonight, they still enjoyed it. Gu Nianji couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. She had really eaten too much dog food tonight. Although she wasn't a single dog, Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. She tapped Zhao Liang's shoulder. That's enough, you guys. Tonight's dog food is over the limit. Please do it tomorrow. Don't waste dog food. Zhao Liangzi laughed loudly. Lawyer Gu, you're jealous. Jealous my ass. Gu Nianji turned and saw Dresden standing alone next to her. She was about to walk over when she saw Dresden's eyes suddenly light up with surprise. He took 2 steps forward and walked past Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, she turned to follow Dresden's gaze and saw that the ace of the Far East and Linda had also come out. It was obvious that Dresden was heading for Linda. He reached out to her excitedly. Miss Linda, we meet again. Linda tilted her head and gave him a charming smile. Mr. Dresden, I missed you very much. The two of them shook hands and couldn't separate. They led the way to the elevator downstairs. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she looked at the ace of the Far East, who was walking behind Linda. He was expressionless, but the coldness in his body was obvious. Zhao Liangzi and Bai Shuang nodded at him and followed behind Dresden and Linda. Gu Nianji lagged behind and happened to be walking side by side with the ace of the Far East. Gu Nianji looked at him and felt very strange. She couldn't help but ask nosily, Brother, aren't you angry that your girlfriend ran away with someone? She had just been sitting on his lap, but in the blink of an eye, someone had put his arm around her shoulders and entered the elevator. She really had to give the dedicated KGB personnel a thumbs up for this coquettish operation. Perhaps it was because Gu Nianji's eyes were too bright, even the KGB's ace of the Far East glanced at her without batting an eyelid. He still said coldly, What does it have to do with you? Gu Nianji was in high spirits. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just concerned about you. After all, we had a gamble just now. Don't be so cold. Come, let's be friends. My phone number is XXXXX. The ace of the Far East, Hu Xiaoheng, she wanted to be friends with him. Wasn't this girl afraid that she would die too quickly? The ace of the Far East ignored her and walked to the elevator. Gu Nianji chuckled and chased after him. She continued to ask recklessly, Are you forcing yourself to smile? Don't be afraid. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why are you so attached to a single flower? Just as they were about to reach the elevator door, the ace of the Far East suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stretched out his hand and pressed the cold barrel of a gun against Gu Nianji's temple. He said coldly, Shut up. Mr. Hua, please calm down. He Ji-chu, who was hiding in the dark, had no choice but to come out. He also raised a gun and aimed it at the ace of the Far East, Hu Xiaoheng. She's my man. You shoot, I'll shoot. This is the first update of the day, chapter 1530, She's Mine. On the first day of March, I'm asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes will be added at 8 p.m. I believe in everyone's fighting power. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1542. He Ji-chu appeared, and so did the people he brought with him. Each of them held a gun and aimed it at the two people at the elevator door. The people in the elevator looked at each other nervously and didn't dare to move. At that moment, only one thought echoed in Gu Nianji's mind. So this was how it felt to be pointed at the temple with a gun. The cold barrel of the gun was like an iron rod without any temperature, pressed against her head. She could even hear the sound of the other party's finger pulling the trigger. The ace of the Far East's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already standing behind her. One arm wrapped around her neck, and the other hand was still pointing at her temple with the gun. He smiled at He Ji-chu. Young Master He, how have you been? He Jichu's expression froze slightly, and he suddenly understood. You're forcing me to show myself. No wonder the ace of the Far East had suddenly attacked a defenseless young girl. The ace of the Far East strangled Gu Nianji's neck and leaned close to her cheek. The two of them were so close that Gu Nianji could feel his hot breath. She wasn't used to it. She pursed her lips and said angrily, "Since you've already let young Master He out, can you let me go now? Who did I offend? I wanted to be friends with you out of goodwill, but you used me to threaten me. Are you still a man?" The ace of the Far East ignored her provocation and said to He Jichu. "So this is young Master He's weakness." He pressed the gun tighter against Gu Nianji's temple. Gu Nianji felt that a small red scar would definitely appear on her temple. She couldn't help frowning and saying, "Mr. Hua, since you've achieved your goal, can you let me go now?" The ace of the Far East snorted and pushed Gu Nianji out. "Mr. Hua, don't go too far." He Jichu's eyes were about to burst into flames, and the trigger in his hand clicked. Gu Nianji staggered from the push and plunged into He Jichu's arms. He Jichu hugged her tightly and still pointed the gun at the ace of the Far East. He said coldly, "There won't be a next time. Do you think I want to?" The ace of the Far East put his hands in his pockets and didn't change in the face of so many guns pointed at him. "Your woman is too noisy. I'll help you teach her a lesson. You don't have to worry about that." He Jichu put away his gun and waved his hand. The people he brought with him quickly dispersed, leaving only the three of them in front of the elevator. He Jichu pulled Gu Nianji's hand into the elevator and shielded her in a corner. After the ace of the Far East came in, he stood at the door and didn't walk back. Gu Nianji stood in the elevator and thought it was ridiculous. She clearly loved Major General Hua and treated He Jichu as her brother, but in this environment, she had no choice but to stand closer to He Jichu. Because that ace of the Far East was too annoying. The group of people didn't speak in the elevator. It wasn't until they got out of the elevator and boarded a small yacht back to H City that He Jichu started talking to the ace of the Far East. Gu Nianji found a mirror on the yacht and looked at herself. Sure enough, there were 2 red circles on her right temple. It was the mark of the gun barrel. She angrily found a round, flesh-colored band-aid, tore it open, and stuck it on her temple to block the ugly red circle. When they arrived at the small living room of the yacht, Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi sat there talking with Dresden. Dresden sat next to Linda and looked at her with a smile on his face. He couldn't take his eyes off her face. He Jichu held a cup of coffee and stood in front of the window of the small living room. He asked the ace of the Far East expressionlessly. "This is the person you're willing to pay the highest price to get? I don't think you need to show up at all. As long as you send out your swallows, wouldn't it be easy?" What he meant was that to deal with this Dresden, as long as Linda waved her little hand, he would run over eagerly. Why did they need Hu Xiaoheng, the ace of the Far East, to do it? The ace of the Far East took a sip of red wine and said in an even colder tone than He Jichu's, "Do you think the CIA will let him leave your country safely?" He Jichu thought of the 4 henchmen outside the Four Seasons Hotel the night before. They will make a move, and we won't just sit back and wait for death. The ace of the Far East didn't comment. He held his wine glass and looked back calmly. Suddenly, he saw the round, flesh-colored band-aid on Gu Nianji's temple. His gaze narrowed slightly before he looked away. Gu Nianji came to He Jichu's side and pointed at the band-aid she had just put on. She said unhappily, "Young Master He, look, that person is too vicious. He wanted to poke a hole in my temple with his gun. He's trying to disfigure me." He Jichu looked at the round, flesh-colored band-aid she had put on and was speechless. He touched her head with his hand. "All right, don't be angry. I'll ask him to apologize to you." He Jichu looked in the direction of the ace of the Far East. "Mr. Hua, you've really gone too far today. The ace of the Far East's face was cold. He left the small living room and went to the deck at the bow of the ship. Under the moonlight on the deck, he pulled out his gun and wiped it gently. The expression on his face would only soften when he saw the weapon. Standing alone on the deck, his tall and lonely back looked exactly like that person. Gu Nianji shook her head and shook the image out of her mind. Their DNA was the same, so it wasn't strange that they were identical. In order to divert her attention, Gu Nianji sat opposite Dresden and Linda and stared at them without blinking. Dresden held Linda's hand. As he spoke, his mouth almost reached her face to kiss her. Linda had wanted to take the opportunity to give Dresden some sweetness, but Gu Nianji's burning gaze was like a searchlight. They couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. "Hey, what are you doing?" Linda rolled her eyes at her. She thought to herself that this lunatic was actually one of Dresden's lawyers. What the F***ck, she couldn't chase her away. Gu Nianji smiled and rested her chin on her hands. She said in English, "I'll see when you'll sit on his lap." Linda, Dresden. Good idea. He turned to look at Linda and was already pulling her onto his lap. As he pulled, he asked, "Darling, don't you miss me?" Linda had just called the ace of the Far East, darling, so smoothly, but now she was immediately called darling by another man. She couldn't refute it, and Gu Nianji had seen it. She couldn't help feeling even more aggrieved. Gu Nianji had a look of relief on her face as if she had gotten her revenge. She clapped her hands and continued to say in English, "Mr. Dresden, let Miss Linda kiss you. The lipstick marks on your face with her big red lips is so beautiful and sexy." Dresden looked at Linda in surprise. "Can I? Darling." Linda wished she could stuff Gu Nianji's mouth with a glass of water. Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi sat on the other sofa. They were immersed in their own world and didn't care about what was happening on Dresden's side. He Zhichu didn't stop Gu Nianji. He smiled as he watched her make fun of Dresden and Linda. He also wanted to know what other secrets Dresden had that would make the KGB send their ace of the Far East to pick him up. The ace of the Far East returned to the small hall of the yacht from the deck. The first thing he saw was Linda sitting on Dresden's lap, hugging his neck, and kissing his face countless red lipstick marks. It was really a June debt that had to be repaid quickly. The ace of the Far East, this was today's second monthly vote of 500 plus updates, Chapter 1531, June debt, repaid quickly. On the first day of March, the relatives quickly cast their monthly votes. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Imam1313 for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1543. Gu Nianji turned around with a smile and raised an eyebrow at the cold ace of the Far East. She didn't say anything else because she knew her limits. It was one thing to deliberately let Linda and Dresden be intimate, but it was another thing to expose Linda and the ace of the Far East's identities. Gu Nianji wasn't that stupid. She wouldn't expose their special identities in front of Dresden. Linda felt extremely awkward, but she didn't show it at all. Instead, she lazily lay in Dresden's arms and said to the ace of the Far East in Russian, "Peter, is the car ready? There are also boat tickets. Mr. Dresden and I want to leave here as soon as possible." Gu Nianji's eyes looked between the ace of the Far East and Linda. She suddenly understood that in front of Dresden, these two were now the eldest daughter and the chauffeur and bodyguard. The ace of the Far East was indeed the ace of the Far East. He quickly got into character. He nodded slightly with a cold expression and replied in Russian, "Miss Linda, the car and boat tickets are ready, but the weather outside isn't good. I'm afraid the boat won't leave for 2 days." This was a code between him and Linda. It meant that there were people watching them outside and they couldn't leave immediately. Linda understood and purposely frowned. She said unhappily in English, "You're so annoying. I want to take Dresden to my parents right away. Dresden looked at Linda in surprise and said, "Did you just speak Russian to him?" Linda nodded and translated what she had said to the ace of the Far East's driver, Peter, into English for Dresden. Dresden was obviously very afraid of Linda's driver. He frowned at him a few times and said hesitantly in English, "Your driver is very handsome." Linda proudly flicked Dresden's face with her finger and smiled. "Darling, are you jealous?" "Don't worry, in my heart, no one is more handsome than you. The one I love the most is you." Dresden glanced at driver Peter in embarrassment and whispered, "Don't say that in front of others." "Don't worry, he doesn't understand English," Linda said as she moved closer to Dresden. The two of them hugged and kissed passionately. The ace of the Far East driver, Peter, stood to the side with a straight face and didn't say a word. After all, he didn't understand English. Gu Nianji's back was drenched in sweat as she watched the scene unfold before her. She had deliberately caused trouble because she had seen Linda and the ace of the Far East being intimate in the gambling hall just now. But at this moment, seeing that Linda was able to restrain herself freely, speaking in human language and ghost language as if nothing had happened just now, he couldn't help but admire her in his heart. TSK, even the Oscars owed this KGB flower of the Far East an Oscar. Those movie queens and movie kings were nothing compared to these intelligence agents who risked their lives to put on a show every day. Gu Nianji was very emotional, but when she thought about Hu Xiaoheng's occupation, she stopped teasing him. This was their job. Although she couldn't do it herself, she respected their professionalism. These people were all working for the benefit of their country. Everyone who sacrificed themselves for the interests of the country and the people was worthy of respect. Gu Nianji stopped smiling and stood up. She turned around and walked out of the small hall to the deck outside. This was a small yacht. It couldn't be compared to the 10-story tall Princess Victoria cruise ship. The seawater rippled beneath her feet, sparkling. The moonlight covered the sea like snow-white night epiphyllum embroidered on a navy blue brocade. He Ji-Chu followed her out and stood beside her. He placed his hands on the railing and looked at her sideways. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy again?" Gu Nianji shook her head and took a deep breath. She smiled faintly and said, "No, I'm fine now that I've vented my anger. You know me. I'm very big-hearted. Even if I'm unhappy, I won't keep it in my heart for long." She raised her hand and tore off the round, flesh-colored band-aid on her temple. He Ji-Chu took it and threw it into the small trash can. He smiled and shook his head. "You really know how to mess around." He leaned over to look at Gu Nianji's temple and gently rubbed it with his hand. "It's okay. These red marks will disappear soon." Gu Nianji grunted and said, "I know. I deliberately put on the band-aid to disgust the driver, Peter." He Ji-Chu scoffed and rubbed her head. "You're still so naughty." He paused and gave a half-smile. "Just be naughty for a while." Gu Nianji, she slapped He Ji-Chu's hand away and gestured with her eyes behind her. "Don't worry about me. Go do your own thing." He Ji-Chu looked at her deeply. "Can you do it alone?" "Of course." Gu Nianji looked at him calmly. "Young master I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 20 years old." This was the typical difference between He Ji-Chu and Hu Xiaoheng. In Hu Xiaoheng's heart, his mission was definitely number one. If he was on a mission, even if Gu Nianji was by his side, he wouldn't ignore his mission to take care of her emotions. But He Ji-Chu, no matter what he was doing, as long as Gu Nianji needed him, he would put her first. Although Gu Nianji didn't accept He Ji-Chu's feelings, she couldn't turn a blind eye to his feelings, and she wouldn't look down on, despise, or even hate his efforts. Because she had once had a crush on someone else, she knew how painful it was not to be accepted. She could dislike them, but she couldn't look down on those who truly liked them. She knew his sincerity, so no matter how much his father, He Qingjian, had done to make her hate him, she couldn't vent her anger on He Jichu. He Jichu looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Go in. Don't stand here alone." Gu Nianji winked at him mischievously and said, "I want to be alone for a while." She turned around to see what was going on in the cabin, but the cabin door was tightly shut. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and reached out her hand to He Jichu. "Do you have infrared night vision glasses? Lend them to me." "What are you doing?" He Jichu's lips curled up. As he smiled, he took out a pair of infrared night vision glasses from his pocket. "Don't go overboard. See what you should see. If you see what you shouldn't see, I won't let you." "What shouldn't I see?" Gu Nianji smiled and snatched the infrared night vision glasses from his hand. "I'm just looking at the western scenery and learning how swallow works." "You." He Jichu pinched her nose. "They know what they're doing. Don't really piss them off." Although they were currently working with the KGB of the Soviet Union, this kind of cooperation was based on what they needed and was very fragile. If they really pissed off these KGB agents, they would turn hostile in minutes. Gu Nianji nodded. I know what I'm doing. I said I'm fine. Don't worry about me." She pushed He Jichu. Go on. Go do your own thing. Let me entertain myself for a while." He Jichu was almost pushed back into the small hall of the yacht. Gu Nianji held the infrared night vision glasses in her hand and proudly made a victory sign at him. The ace of the Far East driver, Peter, happened to turn around and glanced at them coldly. He quickly looked away. He Jichu did have something to do. After he went in, he called Linda and Dresden and took Linda's driver, Peter, to another room on the yacht to discuss their plan of action. Zhao Liangse and Bai Shuang were still whispering to each other in the small hall. Gu Nianji stood alone at the bow of the boat and looked at the moon. Her mind was almost empty. She wasn't thinking about anything, or perhaps she was thinking about many things. Her expression was extremely calm. Under the moonlight, her face was like a jade carving. She was fair and delicate, so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. She looked up at the night sky and thought to herself that the weather forecast seemed to say that it would rain tonight, but the moonlight was so bright that it really didn't look like it would rain. It didn't take long for her to know that she had been slapped in the face. A dark cloud suddenly covered the moonlight, and the silver surface of the sea suddenly darkened. Soon, a light drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. There was a wind on the surface of the sea, and visibility was getting lower and lower. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and felt the autumn rain on the sea. Her eyes suddenly widened. She had just felt the small yacht, which was moving at a steady speed, suddenly shake very slightly. It was drizzling on the sea, and the water was rippling. If this shaking had been felt in the cabin, it wouldn't have alerted anyone at all. However, Gu Nianji happened to be standing on the deck at the bow of the boat. She was also holding the infrared night vision glasses He Jichu had given her. She had originally planned to wear them to peek at the love triangle between Linda, Peter, and Dresden. Now there was a new use for them. When it was pitch black, of course she had to wear the infrared night vision glasses. Gu Nianji silently put them on and looked at the turbulent sea. In the darkness of her vision, a few human-shaped red shadows were floating and sinking directly under their yacht. Gu Nianji's heart sank. These were frogmen. She took out her phone and sent He Jichu a text message. She placed her phone on the deck and slipped to the stern of the boat. After confirming that there were no frogmen there, she pulled the rope at the stern of the boat and quietly went into the water. No one on the boat was as good a swimmer as she was, and she also wanted to do something for He Jichu. In the small room on the yacht, He Jichu and the others were halfway through their secret conversation when they received Gu Nianji's text message. He Jichu looked up abruptly. There are frogmen near the yacht. At that moment, they felt the small yacht shake again. This time, it was much more obvious than before. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1532, the Oscars owe her a little golden statuette. Asking for monthly votes at 3 p.m. Rewards and updates will start at 1 p.m. Monthly votes will start at 8 p.m. with 1,000 updates. I believe in everyone's fighting power. P.S. Thank you, Emem1313, for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1544. The water in Victoria Harbour in November was already very cold. Gu Nianji couldn't help shivering when she went into the water. But after swimming away, she quickly warmed up. She was carrying a rope that had been untied from the boat, and the other end of the rope was tied to the side of the boat. The rope wasn't too thick, but it was especially long. She didn't know what it was used for. In the dark seawater, through the infrared night vision goggles, she clearly saw the red figures. There should be about 8 people. They were especially tall, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a stocky waist. Judging from their physiques, they didn't look like ordinary Asians. There were 2 people in each direction, and they were swimming at the bottom of the yacht. They seemed to be doing something to the bottom of the yacht. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and dived deep into the sea. Then, she hooked the rope and swam around the people as fast as a fish. She loosely wrapped the rope around their legs and tied a slip knot. This kind of knot couldn't be felt when the rope wasn't tightened. Only when she tightened it would the other party realize that they were tied up. The knot Hu Xiaoheng had taught her was originally used on land to make rope traps. Using it at the bottom of the sea was her improvisation, and Hu Xiaoheng had never taught her. Tonight was also a beautiful night. Dark clouds suddenly covered the moon. The sea was so dark, and the bottom of the sea was so dark that she couldn't even see her own fingers. She was wearing infrared night vision glasses to be able to accurately put on those people's legs. Those frogmen should also be wearing infrared night vision glasses, but they were all focused on the bottom of the yacht above them. No one looked at what was happening under their feet. Gu Nianji silently swam another lap and coiled the rope again. The 8 people were focused on cutting the boat. They inserted the sharp screwdrivers into the bottom of the boat in a circle, and then used sniper rifles that were specially used in the water to penetrate the place surrounded by the screwdrivers. This way, the boat would sink the fastest and the people on the boat would be killed without anyone noticing. They had done this many times on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and had never failed. Gu Nianji's water was especially good. Back then, she had been able to enter and exit the blue-violet electric arcs in the Caribbean Sea's blue hole, so Victoria Harbour here was no problem. Moreover, her lung capacity was very good, and she could hold her breath much longer than the average person. None of the frogmen with scuba gear could swim as freely as she did. Gu Nianji swam 5 laps around the frogmen in one go. After making sure she had tied their legs with a slipknot, she floated up to the surface. Meanwhile, on the ship, He Jichu was going crazy. He couldn't find Gu Nianji anywhere. All he saw was her phone on the deck. Without another word, he jumped off the boat to look for her. Gu Nianji emerged from the bottom of the sea and pushed the infrared night vision goggles up on top of her head. She smiled and waved at the people on the deck, then jerked the rope in her hand up. The slipknot they had just tied became tighter and tighter, binding their legs. The 8 frogmen at the bottom of the sea who were focused on drilling the ship suddenly lost their balance. Just as they were about to kick out, they realized that their legs had stepped into a noose. After the initial shock, they immediately calmed down at the bottom of the sea, pulled out the sharp daggers on their bodies, and bent down to cut the rope. Unfortunately, the rope that Gu Nianji used to tie them up wasn't an ordinary rope. It was a cowhide rope that had been soaked in tung oil. It was very strong and difficult to cut. However, the daggers in their hands weren't ordinary either. Hijichu saw Gu Nianji emerge from the bottom of the sea and swam over. Nonsense. Who told you to jump down? Hijichu hugged her from behind and repeatedly stepped on the water to send her to the deck. At that moment, the ace of the Far East had already pushed open the door from the cabin. Without looking at them, he jumped into the water beautifully. Gu Nianji saw his right hand flash, revealing a foot-long flat knife in his hand. Hijichu took off his suit jacket and draped it over Gu Nianji. He then pushed her to Zhao Liangzi and said loudly, "Watch her." Zhao Liangzi quickly held on to Gu Nianji. Hijichu turned around and went into the water. He didn't take the knife, but he took a pistol with a long barrel and dived into the sea. Gu Nianji couldn't break free from Zhao Liangzi's grip, so she quickly said, "Let go of me. I won't go into the water. I'll just go and take a look." "No. You ran down by yourself just now. I heard there were frogmen." Zhao Liangzi was shocked and scared. He was just a programmer. Although he was a director, he was still just a programmer. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Deep down, she missed Brother Zay so much that she rolled her eyes. "Can you put my glasses on for me?" Her infrared night vision glasses were on top of her head. Zhao Liangzi freed one hand to put on the infrared night vision glasses for her, and they walked to the side of the boat. Inside the yacht, Bai Shuang, Linda, and Dresden were together. The cabin door was tightly shut. When the ace of the Far East came out, he had locked the cabin door from the outside. The people inside couldn't come out even if they wanted to. Gu Nianji turned around to look at the locked cabin door, then looked down at the bottom of the sea. She gasped. 5 people had already cut the ropes and floated up. They were fighting Hijichu and the ace of the Far East. These frogmen were also Special Forces soldiers of the U.S. Navy SEALs. Their combat power was not something ordinary field agents could compare to. They were already extremely tall, and several of them were almost 2 meters tall. With a wave of their hands, the sea almost rippled. With a kick, they could jump several meters forward. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. She felt that she had indeed been too bold just now. If she had been discovered by those people just now, they would probably have been able to break her neck with one hand. However, Hijichu and the ace of the Far East were not inferior in the sea. They were even more Special Forces than the Special Forces. They were like 2 dragons in the water. The blade was like snow, and it danced on the dark sea, as bright as lightning. With a horizontal swipe of the blade, a red arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. The infrared night vision glasses Gu Nianji was wearing were especially sensitive to the temperature of hot blood, so the red was especially dazzling. She couldn't take it anymore and quickly said to Zhao Liangzi, "Quickly take off my glasses. My eyes are going blind." Zhao Liangzi, he accepted his fate and took it off for her. He almost bowed. "Lawyer Gu, my little lady, please calm down. Don't cause any more trouble for me, okay?" The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She ignored him and focused on the fight in the sea. The gun in Hijichu's hand was a gun that was especially suitable for use in the water, so the barrel was much longer than a normal pistol. The bullets were also slender, cone-shaped bullets. After they were fired, they were very fast in the water. He lurked in the water and fired several shots, killing 2 frogmen who were trying to swim away. The ace of the Far East was much more brutal than him. He held the long knife and moved freely in the sea as if he was walking on flat ground. He cut the frogmen alive, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 frogmen. The rain finally stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone on the sea again. Blood, minced meat, and human limbs floated on the sea. The only frogman who had escaped was scared out of his wits. He didn't even have the courage to turn around. Hijichu surfaced and pursed his lips speechlessly when he saw the hellish scene on the sea. He gestured to the ace of the Far East and quickly swam towards the small yacht. Gu Nianji leaned down and pulled He Jichu onto the boat. The two of them had just stood on the deck when Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of black fins rushing towards them from the corner of her eye. Sharks! Gu Nianji grabbed He Jichu nervously. Call the driver up. He Jichu, he called out to the sea in Russian, Peter. There are sharks. The ace of the Far East seemed to be waiting for these sharks. When they swam closer, he calmly boarded the boat, swaggered past them, and entered the cabin. His casual suit was already wet and stuck to his body, highlighting his tall body as attractive as an ancient Greek statue. Gu Nianji frowned and leaned against He Jichu. This person reeked of blood. He Jichu protected Gu Nianji with one hand and turned to see that the sharks had already begun to feast. Now he didn't have to think about how to dispose of the body. He Jichu smiled bitterly. After all, he was the ace of the Far East of the KGB. It was just that he didn't make a move. Once he made a move, not even dregs would be left. He led Gu Nianji into the cabin and said, "Go to the room over there to change first. There are spare t-shirts and hot pants there." The small yacht wasn't big. Other than the cockpit and the small hall where everyone was staying, there were two other small rooms. One was where He Jichu and the others had just discussed the operation plan, and the other was the room He Jichu had pointed out to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was wearing a Chanel silk shirt that night. It was completely drenched after going into the water. Fortunately, He Jichu had given her a coat when she came up, so it wasn't rude. Gu Nianji quickly grabbed the suit jacket He Jichu had given her and pushed open the door to the small room to enter. She closed the door and looked up to see a naked man with his back facing her, wringing the water from his clothes. He had a perfect back and a standard inverted triangle figure. He was wearing a pair of soaked suit pants that fit him very well. They were wet and wrapped around his perky butt. His long legs were straight and tight. "Sorry to disturb you." Gu Nianji instinctively opened the door and was about to leave when the person heard the voice and turned around. It was the ace of the Far East, driver Peter, Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji thought about how she had seen this person in the sea just now, who was as cruel and ruthless as a god of death, and felt a little scared. The ace of the Far East glanced at her and didn't say anything. He put on a blue t-shirt and walked over to her. Gu Nianji complained about this person's long identity code in her heart as she smiled and said, "Are you done changing?" "I'm also here to change." What she meant was that she could only change after he was done changing. This is the second reward for today, Chapter 1533, Not Even Dregs Left. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes. PS. The first update of 100,000 Chidian coins for the leader of Momo Moshi in February has arrived. Monthly votes will be 1,000 updates at 8 p.m. I believe in everyone's combat power. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1545. The ace of the Far East stood in front of her with one hand on the door handle. He looked down at her and asked emotionlessly in a clear voice. "Who taught you to tie knots?" Gu Nianji blinked and suddenly smiled. "You taught me." Ace of the Far East, he closed his eyes. His patient expression made Gu Nianji feel like he really thought she was mentally ill. Gu Nianji rubbed her nose and smiled sheepishly. "I was just joking. Don't be so cold. A friend taught me that." "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" The ace of the Far East opened his eyes and asked expressionlessly. "Why did you jump into the sea?" Gu Nianji, she wanted to help He Jichu. What did that have to do with him? Gu Nianji snorted and gripped He Jichu's suit jacket even tighter. Without looking at the ace of the Far East, she turned her head and said, "What does it have to do with you?" Sigh. I finally returned this sentence and gave myself a thumbs up. The excitement in her heart couldn't help but show on her face. Her plump and curvy lips curled up into a joyous smile. Her entire body seemed to be glowing, bright and beautiful. The ace of the Far East narrowed his eyes and reprimanded her even more coldly and mercilessly. You don't have the ability, yet you're still trying to show off. When you get into trouble, you want someone else to clean up the mess for you. With your weakness, Hijichu doesn't need an enemy at all. With that, he opened the cabin door and left. Gu Nianji was so angry that she almost jumped up and hit him. She glared at his back, and her eyes were about to shoot daggers. She wanted nothing more than to stab him in the chest. What's wrong? Hijichu walked over with a towel drying his hair. Did you change your clothes? Gu Nianji snorted. I'll change it right away. She closed the cabin door and found a black men's t-shirt in the closet inside. It looked like the kind of pajamas she used in the other world. She immediately put it on without hesitation. The jeans on his legs were soaked, heavy, and extremely tight. After changing, she found a pair of hot pants to change into. It was already the smallest size, but the waist was still a little loose. Although it wouldn't fall off, it wasn't comfortable to wear. Moreover, the black men's t-shirt reached her thighs and covered her hot pants, making it seem as if she wasn't wearing any pants. It was too embarrassing. After looking at it for a long time, she still changed into the soaked jeans. Hijichu was a bit surprised when he pushed the door open. Why are you wearing this? This is a men's t-shirt. He didn't even change his pants. Yes, I like it. The pants will dry quickly, so it's inconvenient to change. Gu Nianji smiled. Go change. You're wet too. Hijichu pushed the door open and went in. Gu Nianji looked up to see Linda sitting on the sofa and looking at her in a friendly manner. Gu Nianji, he couldn't help but look at himself up and down, worried that he had made a fool of himself. After all, Linda had been slightly hostile towards her from the beginning. Seeing her like this, Linda chuckled, stood up, and walked over to her. She reached out her hand and said in Chinese, Miss Gu, I'm really impressed today. You are very brave and very powerful. I asked young Master He. You've never received any training in this area, yet you still have such courage and ability. I admire you very much. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise. She couldn't help looking up at the ace of the Far East, driver Peter, Xiaohing. He stood behind Linda with his hands behind his back, looking like a qualified driver and bodyguard. Gu Nianji looked away resentfully and shook Linda's hand. She smiled and said, Miss Linda, you flatter me. I happened to see it, so I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Thank you. Linda thanked her with all her heart. In all these years, this was the first time she had been helped by an ordinary person who wasn't a secret agent. In the past, she had always been the one to save others. At this moment, Gu Nianji felt the similarities between this Linda and Xiao Yi. Although the two of them were counterparts, because of their different experiences, their personalities and ways of doing things looked very different on the surface. But when it came down to it, they showed astonishing similarities in their personalities. It was as if no matter how different their clothes were, they were all the same on the inside. Gu Nianji also admired capable people. The discord she had with Linda because of the ace of the Far East when they first met quickly disappeared. Based on the principle of more friends, more options, she said warmly, You're welcome. Let's add each other on WeChat. By the way, do you know a person named Vladimir? He has a driver named Ivan. Linda raised an eyebrow. Okay, this girl knew the second in command of the KGB and his driver. I think so. I'll help you check when we get back, Linda said with a smile. She took out her phone and added Gu Nianji as a friend. Dresden watched from the side for a long time and also had a good impression of Gu Nianji. He smiled and thanked her in English. He also took out his phone to add Gu Nianji as a friend. Of course, Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. She also added Dresden as a friend. After replying in English, "You're welcome," she muttered in Russian, "How did he know?" "Actually, I didn't do anything." Linda also smiled in Russian and said, "It was what your boyfriend said. He said that it was a good thing you discovered it in advance and disrupted their plans underwater. You have to know that those people weren't ordinary people. They were the special forces of the U.S. Navy SEALs." "Boyfriend?" Gu Nianji frowned. "I don't have a boyfriend." She added, "I'm really ignorant and fearless. If I had known they were the special forces of the SEALs, I definitely wouldn't have gone down." "Isn't young Master he your boyfriend?" Linda returned to the sofa and giggled. "His eyes are almost glued to you." Gu Nianji, although she knew that the ace of the Far East, driver Peter, was Xiaohing, wasn't the person she loved, she was still very embarrassed to talk about such a thing in front of someone who looked the same. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment and walked over to driver Peter with her phone. She smiled and asked in Russian again, "Mr. Peter, do you mind adding me as a friend?" "I don't have WeChat," the ace of the Far East said coldly, looking very arrogant. Gu Nianji wasn't someone who would give up so easily. She turned to look at Linda and winked at her. She said in English, "Miss Linda, can you ask your driver to add me as a friend? That way, if I need to use the car, I can ask him for help. I'll pay for it, and he can earn some extra money." She deliberately spoke in English so that Dresden could understand. The ace of the Far East had to maintain his image as a driver and bodyguard in front of Dresden. Because in Dresden's eyes, Linda was his employer, and he had to listen to Linda's words. If he didn't listen, he would be exposed. Linda hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be so cunning. Besides, she also wanted to see the cold-hearted ace of the Far East, the killing machine, being forced to stomp his feet by a delicate and intelligent little girl. Deep down in her heart, she had the thought that, if you can't get it, it's good to see others get it. In her opinion, Miss Gu's affection for the ace of the Far East was too obvious. Linda's own feelings had been suppressed so much that she wanted to see other people's lovers get married. At this moment, she had transferred all her hopes to Gu Nianji, hoping that she could help her fulfill her unattainable dream. Also, Gu Nianji was He Jichu's woman, and she was also interested in the ace of the Far East, Hua Xiaohing. Sigh, she really didn't mind blowing things up. Just to watch this fierce battle, she wanted the whole world to be in chaos, so she tried her best to sow discord and stir things up, so she smiled and nodded at driver Peter. "Peter, give your phone number to Miss Gu." "Miss Gu, Peter really doesn't have WeChat." She said it casually, as if it was just a trivial matter. Driver Peter actually hesitated for a long time before slowly taking out his phone. Gu Nianji smiled happily and reached out her hand generously. She said in English, "Mr. Peter, don't mind me. I won't trouble you often." The ace of the Far East, driver Peter, Hua Xiaohing, finally swiped open his phone. He pursed his lips and reluctantly showed her his phone number. Gu Nianji struck while the iron was hot and asked, "Then do you have a QQ account?" The veins on the ace of the Far East's forehead throbbed, and he said coldly in Russian, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who chats on WeChat and QQ all day?" Gu Nianji, this is today's third monthly vote for 1000 plus updates, Chapter 1534, Watching the Fun. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. I believe in everyone's combat power. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1546. Gu Nianji couldn't help but glare at him. She thought to herself, "What are you being so cocky for? I'll kill you sooner or later." The ace of the Far East frowned even more. Seeing that the situation was not good, Linda hurriedly said, "Miss Gu, Peter didn't use QQ either. He only used the phone and text messages to communicate. Therefore, it was enough to have her phone number." If she pressed too hard, Linda could not guarantee what her immediate superior would do. Although Miss Gu was annoying, she didn't want her to die in the hands of her boss. He Ji-chu pulled Gu Nianji out and looked at her with a frown. "You really like him? Just because he looks exactly like that person?" Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "Of course not. Am I that kind of person?" He Ji-chu stared at her, and his voice grew colder. "Aren't you?" It was obvious that he didn't believe her. Gu Nianji felt very wronged. She leaned her back against the railing of the boat and turned to look in the direction of the coastline. She stammered, "Young master, in this world, the only person I know and trust the most is you. If even you don't believe me, I don't think there's any meaning in living anymore." He Ji-chu's heart tightened. He reached out to hug her and pressed his chin against the top of her head. He murmured, "It's not that I don't trust you. I just don't have confidence in myself." Gu Nianji's heart ached when she heard this. Her throat was dry, and she could barely speak. He Ji-chu was a proud person. No matter which world he was in, he was always the pride of the heavens. But for such a proud person to say that he had no confidence in himself in front of her, Gu Nianji thought about it for a while, then reached out to wrap her arms around his waist and pat his back. She wanted to comfort him, but she felt that anything she said would be hypocritical. It was better not to say anything and just quietly accompany him. He Ji-chu closed his eyes and thought to himself that he had never realized that he could be so low in this relationship. He used to be extremely dissatisfied with her and hated her for forgetting the past. He didn't treat her well at all and his temper was even worse. But no matter how he treated her, she didn't care. He had already lost his temper after being tortured by her. Embracing the person he loved the most and feeling her graceful curves, He Ji-chu's heart gradually burned with passion. His lips lingered on the top of her head and gradually moved downwards. Cupping the back of her neck, he kissed her forehead with trembling lips. Gu Nianji froze and tried to push He Ji-chu away. At this moment, the cabin door creaked, and the ace of the Far East pushed the door open. He raised his head and looked over with a gaze as sharp as lightning. Gu Nianji had an idea and immediately said in Russian, "Mr. Peter, are you here to see young master He?" He Ji-chu's back was facing the cabin. When he heard the voice, he knew someone had come. He sighed and let go. He looked down at Gu Nianji and only looked in the direction of the ace of the Far East. He rubbed her head in frustration. "Go in." His voice turned cold and solemn. Gu Nianji quickly walked away from him and headed towards the cabin. When she walked past the ace of the Far East, she heard him whisper a word in Chinese. "Fickle." She suddenly stopped in her tracks and bared her teeth at the ace of the Far East, who was looking straight ahead. "What do you mean? What did I do to piss you off that you have to scold me like this?" "Nianji, go in." He Ji-chu's voice was even colder. It was obvious that he didn't want Gu Nianji to have any more contact with the ace of the Far East. Gu Nianji felt very aggrieved when she saw that this person had ignored her after saying one sentence to her. She stomped her feet and went back to the cabin. He Ji-chu carefully sized up the KGB's ace of the Far East. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Mr. Peter, do you have a wife?" The ace of the Far East took out a cigar and poked it into his palm. He said calmly, "No." "What about a girlfriend?" "I have a bed partner, if that's what you mean." The ace of the Far East looked at He Ji-chu expressionlessly. "What's wrong? Your woman is courting me. Are you jealous?" He Ji-chu's lips twitched. "She has a childish temper. Don't take it seriously." "I didn't take it seriously, but if she wants to climb into my bed, I won't refuse. The ace of the Far East looked at He Jichu provocatively. After all, she's very young and has a good figure. Moreover, young Master He's woman must taste very good. Boom! He Jichu couldn't take it anymore and threw a punch at him. The ace of the Far East used only one hand to hold his arm and said coldly, Young Master He, if you're like this, I'm very disappointed in your Huaxia Empire. I'm here to carry out a mission, not to compete with you for a woman. Huh, you still remember your mission. Why do I feel like you're after my woman? He Jichu pushed the ace of the Far East away and straightened his collar. He got back to business. The CIA has already sent out their most elite troops. Where are the people you brought? Don't tell me that only 2 of you came. You don't have to worry about our people. The ace of the Far East turned to look at the navy blue sea that was covered with silver light. As long as you help send him to M City, our people will take over the rest. M City and H City were the same. They were 2 relatively special areas in Huaxia Empire. Now that the international community knew that Dresden was in H City, and all the forces were gathered in H City, it was obvious that the KGB wanted to take advantage of this time difference to secretly bring him to M City and leave the country from there. He Jichu nodded and frowned at the ace of the Far East. He said, Do you really believe that this Dresden brought important information? The ace of the Far East's eyebrows twitched slightly. What do you mean, young Master He? He Jichu didn't answer directly and said implicitly, the seals tonight weren't very strong. Inside the cabin, Gu Nianji was a little restless after she'd entered in a panic. She held a glass of water and wanted to find something to distract herself. After tonight, Bai Shuang and Zhao Liang's relationship had taken a step closer. She didn't disturb them. She lowered her head and took out her phone to surf the internet for fun. She opened the social media site she often went to and suddenly saw that Dresden had posted new news on that Twitter account. Looking at the time, it was when they were fighting the seals at the bottom of the sea. This time, it was some news about the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Of course, it was said that the source of his information was the CIA, so the people who read the gossip believed it and quickly spread it on the internet. Gu Nianji was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously glanced at Dresden and didn't see Linda. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and raised her glass to Dresden. She smiled and said in English, "Where's Miss Linda?" She went to the bathroom to freshen up her makeup. Dresden smiled at Gu Nianji and praised her again. "Miss Gu, are you really a lawyer? You're quite skilled." "Of course I'm a lawyer." Gu Nianji was unquestionable. "Mr. Dresden, did you just post something on Twitter?" Dresden was stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed and he quickly nodded. "I was angry, so I posted something." "Gu Nianji, what were you angry about just now?" She was confused. "Those people wanted to kill you." Yes. "Aren't you angry?" "What did I do wrong that they're after me like this?" Dresden waved his arms in righteous indignation. "I just can't stand their eavesdropping. I think everyone should enjoy the freedom of the internet." Gu Nianji, she stared intently at Dresden and enunciated each word clearly. "You're angry that the CIA is after you, so you went to Twitter to leak information about the Huaxia Empire?" "I don't understand this logic." Dresden didn't seem to expect this busy 20-year-old lawyer to have some skills. He was stunned for a moment before he said uneasily, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Anyway, that information is important to the CIA. If I expose it, it'll be a huge blow to them." Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and once again sized up this so-called traitor to the CIA that both the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union were doing their best to protect. She didn't continue asking questions. She lowered her head and opened the little app that Gu Xiangwen had given her. She silently hacked into the Twitter account. Zhao Liangze had helped Dresden set up that account. It was so that even Twitter officials couldn't find the IP address of the account. But at the same time, no one could find the IP address of the account. Gu Nianji had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The app that Gu Xiangwen had given her was better than the program that Zhao Liangzi had written. Gu Nianji used this app to hack into Dresden's account and could see the IP address of every post in his account. She quickly found the IP address of the latest tweet. It was actually from the United States. Dresden had clearly said that he was the one who had tweeted here, so the IP address should be H City. However, after she used a special app to check the IP address of the post, she realized that Dresden was lying. He was in H City, but he still had accomplices in the United States to help him tweet. Gu Nianji quickly logged out of Dresden's Twitter account and erased all traces of her login. Gu Nianji glanced at Dresden and asked, "Do you have any helpers in the United States?" "I have a colleague." The way Dresden looked at Gu Nianji changed. He said carefully, "What's wrong?" "I have some information with her. If anything happens to me, she'll announce it." Dresden spoke in English, so Gu Nianji could tell that Dresden had used her when he said colleague. In other words, that person was a woman. She didn't continue to ask him because even if she pointed out that he was lying, Dresden would use the excuse of a colleague and say that it was because he didn't trust Gu Nianji, so he didn't tell her the truth. If she exposed him now, she wouldn't get anything out of it. Gu Nianji stood up silently and nodded at him. "We'll be reaching the shore soon. Let's get ready." Dresden let out a long sigh. Gu Nianji turned around and walked out of the cabin. She didn't see Dresden's expression turn cold. His gaze was dark as he stared at her back. When she arrived outside the cabin, Gu Nianji closed the cabin door tightly. He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East were still talking at the bow of the ship. Their voices were very soft, and not a single sound could be heard on the empty sea. Gu Nianji quickly thought through everything that had happened since Dresden had appeared in her mind, and the doubts in her heart deepened. She coughed softly. The two people standing at the bow of the ship turned to look at her. He Ji-Chu immediately said, "What's wrong? Did you catch a cold?" "We'll be reaching the shore soon." Gu Nianji walked over and didn't hide anything from the two of them. She whispered, "There's something wrong with Dresden." He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East looked at each other and quickly looked away. "I think it might be a trap set up by the CIA." Gu Nianji decided to tell them the truth. "A trap to lure both of you into a trap." This was the first update of the day, chapter 1535, I just don't have confidence in myself. At 8 p.m., the monthly ticket was 1,500 yuan, plus an advance update. P.S. Thank you to Handsome Magic and Beth1211 for the 10,000 beginner coins each yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1547. Why do you say that? He Ji-Chu looked at Gu Nianji approvingly. He had been discussing this topic with Peter just now, but neither of them had any evidence. They just had a hunch that something was wrong. Gu Nianji glanced at the two of them and smiled. "Then I'll throw in a brick to attract Jade." He Ji-Chu's eyes burned even more intensely, but the ace of the Far East remained indifferent. There was even a mocking smile on his lips. Gu Nianji didn't really want to tell this driver Peter. But now they were in the same boat, and it was very likely that they were facing a common enemy. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and said softly, "First of all, I find it unbelievable that he was able to escape with so much classified information from the CIA. Do you know how he was able to carry the classified information out? Based on the security procedures of American airports, the possibility of such an oversight was almost zero." He Ji-Chu's eyes darkened as he said, "4 laptops and 2 portable hard drives." He Ji-Chu and the others were in charge of picking up Dresden. They had checked all the luggage he was carrying, so they knew his belongings. Gu Nianji nodded. I heard Bai Shuang mention it before. I thought it was strange at the time, but I didn't think too much about it. Second, I came up with an idea to let him post the news online to attract the attention of the world. I also helped him find someone to write a small program that wouldn't be able to be checked IP. Now it seems that I was used by him. Gu Nianji lowered her head in shame. The result of doing this was that everyone immediately believed the authenticity of his information and neglected to check and investigate the source of his information. He Jichu patted her on the shoulder. It's not your fault. None of us noticed. He said, at that time, our North American Intelligence Department received a top-secret message saying that a senior CIA employee had defected from the United States with top-secret information. He came to the Huaxia Empire as soon as possible and took the initiative to contact us. Gu Nianji felt a little better. She perked up and said, when he came to H City, he quickly became the target of international attention. The CIA's office in H City even sent some henchmen to kill him. But don't you think that the appearance of those lackeys was too sudden? That clumsy assassination method was completely handing over their heads to the Huaxia Empire's intelligence agency. Furthermore, these henchmen were also Chinese. According to the saying of the war, they were all puppet soldiers and not the enemy's regular army. He Jichu crossed his arms, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes focused and mesmerizing under the moonlight. He looked at Gu Nianji and nodded. I was just saying that the seals tonight seemed a little too weak. Gu Nianji gently clasped her hands together. I also think there's a problem. Also, just now, I found out that he posted something about China on Twitter. I asked him if it was him who posted it. He said yes, but I checked the IP address of the post. It was clearly posted in the United States, not here. He's lying. He's hiding a lot. Gu Nianji spread her hands. What reason would you think a defector would lie? He Jichu composed himself. It's either a double agent or a scam. Dresden is not a simple man. He appeared to be cowardly, lustful, and afraid of death. Could such a person be the kind of freedom defender that he claimed to be, who would rather die than be free? Does he have the ability to access so many core secrets? Gu Nianji thought of Dresden's performance tonight and scoffed. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This pig is indeed impressive. As soon as he made a move, he alarmed the most secretive intelligence agencies of two large countries. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. However, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger in front of the pink piggy was a suicidal move. The three of them stood on the deck, surrounded by the vast sea. The smell of blood in the sea had just dissipated, and the sharks that had eaten their fill dispersed in twos and threes. Gu Nianji wanted to say more, but the ace of the Far East suddenly stopped her and said in Russian, enough. No matter what his motive is, I'm taking him back to the Soviet Union. He Jichu protected Gu Nianji and frowned at the ace of the Far East. Dresden definitely can't stay here with us. Take him away as soon as possible. As he spoke, the Bluetooth headset he was wearing suddenly rang. It was a call from his father, He Qingjin. He Jichu quickly walked to the other side of the ship to answer the phone. There was only Gu Nianji and the ace of the Far East on this side. The ace of the Far East didn't seem to have any intention of talking to her and was about to walk into the cabin. Gu Nianji had been brooding about being scolded by him just now. She felt extremely aggrieved and called out to him. She clenched her fists and asked angrily. What did you mean just now? What right do you have to call me a fickle woman? The ace of the Far East turned to look at her and said coldly, Your young master he's woman, but you've been seducing me. Isn't that fickle woman? Gu Nianji glared at him. I'm not young master he's woman, and I didn't seduce you. Don't be so shameless. You think that just because someone looks at you, they're interested in you. Isn't that so? The ace of the Far East raised an eyebrow. Not only did you look at me a lot, but you also kept asking me for my phone number. As he spoke, he made a gesture. Twice, you asked me for my phone number twice. This was all the truth. However, Gu Nianji had to be reasonable, not to mention that she had a reason for it. Raising her chin slightly, Gu Nianji put on an arrogant posture. You're really unreasonable. I mistook you for someone else at first, so I looked at you a few more times. As for asking for my phone number, how do you know I didn't have another purpose? The ace of the Far East seemed to be extremely narcissistic. He pointed at his face and said, "There's someone who looks like me." Impossible. He seemed to be certain that Gu Nianji was deliberately trying to get close to him. Gu Nianji sneered. Of course there is. He's 1,000 times more handsome and 10,000 times more powerful than you. If I don't look at you a few more times, how can I see your true face clearly? The ace of the Far East seemed to have lost his patience. He turned around and left without saying a word. On the other side of the boat, He Qingjian was on the phone with He Zhichu. He was extremely furious. Ah Chu, what's going on with Dresden? Didn't he come to seek our protection and help? Did you see what he just posted on the internet? It's all about our country. He Zhichu recalled what Gu Nianji had just said. His expression was solemn as he said, "He's revealed his identity." He Qingjian gasped. You're saying that there's a problem with his defection? Yes, this is a hot potato. If the Soviet Union didn't interfere, I would have arrested him directly and exchanged hostages with the CIA, He Zhichu said coldly. He Zhichu had made a mistake in being fooled by a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But on this special front, this kind of situation happened all the time. Okay, hand him over to the Soviets quickly. We won't interfere in anything about him anymore. He Qingjian looked at his watch. Let's move quickly. He Zhichu hung up the phone and saw that Gu Nianji was the only one at the bow of the boat. The ace of the Far East had already gone in. He walked over and held Gu Nianji's hand. Let's go. We're almost at the shore. Gu Nianji was a little dispirited and followed him in silently. Not long after, their boat arrived at the dock of Victoria Harbor. After speaking to Gu Nianji, Dresden had been playing games on his phone. He didn't even pay attention to the flirtatious Linda beside him. He seemed absent-minded. Linda didn't care about his attitude and continued to act affectionate. She kept hugging his arm and watching him play games on his phone. After getting off the small yacht, he abandoned Linda and deliberately walked at the front with Gu Nianji. He seemed very interested in her and said, "Lawyer Gu, if I wanted to hire you as my translator, would you be willing?" He also said, "I'll pay you a very high salary." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "I don't steal a friend's job. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Dresden." "How is this stealing a friend's job?" Dresden smiled politely. "It's just that with my current situation, I'm afraid Miss Bai can't continue to follow me. Bai Shuang can't, and I can't either." Gu Nianji waved her hand as she spoke. At that moment, gunshots suddenly rang out from behind a container near the dock. Gu Nianji was shocked. Just as she was about to lie down on the ground, Dresden, who was walking beside her, suddenly pulled her hands behind her back and used her as a shield in front of him. He shouted, "Help! Help!" Gu Nianji was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. He was using her as a shield while shouting loudly. He was using her as a target and trying to kill her. But Dresden didn't succeed. He Zhichu and the ace of the Far East pounced from the left and right at almost the same time. 2 gunshots rang out, and the lights on the dock went out. Zhao Liangse and Bai Shuang quickly lay down under Linda's protection. He Zhichu leaped up from the left and raised his hand to fire several shots in the direction of the container. When he landed, he had already kicked Dresden in the face and knocked him to the ground. At the same time, he pulled Gu Nianji over and protected her behind his back. The ace of the Far East's target was Dresden. He pounced from the right, raised his gun, and fired in the direction of the container. A bullet quickly and accurately hit the sniper's scope behind the container. It directly hit the sniper's eye, then penetrated his brain. His brain burst open and sprayed white juice all over the face of the observer next to him. The observer was also fierce. He took the sniper's sniper rifle and aimed again. The KGB's ace of the Far East landed on the ground at that moment and half knelt beside Dresden. He pulled him up in front of him with one hand and used his shoulder as support with the other. He aimed at the observer in front of him and fired another shot. The observer seemed to hesitate for a moment when he saw this. During this moment of hesitation, the ace of the Far East's bullet directly hit the observer, and a round bullet hole appeared on his forehead. He Jichu's men rushed to the container to clear it. After a while, a message came in. Clear. This meant that there was no danger there. Dresden was pulled to his feet by the ace of the Far East. He stammered in English, "Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my life again." Gu Nianji smiled fakely and said, "You're too kind. You saved our lives. Mr. Peter used you as a shield just now. Didn't you see that the sniper over there didn't even dare to shoot?" This is today's second monthly vote of 1500 plus advance, chapter 1536, Who Saved Whose Life? I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1548. Panic flashed in Dresden's eyes as he stammered. "I don't understand what you mean." He Jichu's face was tense. He strode over, grabbed Dresden's collar, and punched him in the face. Dresden's head tilted to the side and he spat out a mouthful of blood. One of his teeth had been knocked out. "You! What are you doing? I'm here to seek refuge in your country. You can't do this to me. I want to see your Prime Minister and Speaker." Dresden covered his face and glared at He Jichu. He Jichu didn't want to waste time with him. He took out his phone from his pocket and grabbed his finger to open it. "This is my phone. You cannot invade my privacy." Dresden had been bluffing and shouting just a moment ago, but now he was so scared that even his voice had changed and was extremely hoarse. The ace of the Far East, who was standing next to him, probably felt that he was too noisy, so he slashed the back of his neck with a knife and knocked him out. "Go!" He Jichu quickly changed the password on Dresden's phone, then gestured for them to leave the dock and return to the Four Seasons Hotel where they had been staying. Dresden was sent back to the suite he had been given at the Four Seasons Hotel, under Linda's personal supervision. He Jichu said to Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi, "I'm sorry, I'll send someone to send you back. You can't contact the outside world until the matter is resolved." Zhao Liangzi was very nervous and said, "Young Master He, we know the severity of the matter. We won't speak carelessly. I'll take Bai Shuang and my boss back. You don't have to worry." "Your boss?" He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes narrowed unkindly. "Is it CEO Liu? Is he still here? He still has some business to discuss." Zhao Liangzi said frankly, "There are also some employees who have won big prizes and will stay here for a few more days." He Jichu shook his head. "I'll help you explain to your boss, but you can't contact anyone right now." With a wave of her hand, she had someone take away Zhao Liangzi and Bai Shuang's phones. "It won't be long. Don't worry." Before Dresden left the Huaxia Empire, Zhao Liangzi and Bai Shuang couldn't contact the outside world and would be temporarily placed under house arrest. Zhao Liangzi was speechless. Today, he discovered another side of Dresden and didn't want to get involved. Previously, he had really tried his best to help him, but he didn't expect to be played by this guy. Zhao Liangzi felt terrible. Bai Shuang felt extremely guilty and even a little scared. She was dragged away by Zhao Liangzi for a few steps and couldn't help running back to He Zhichu. Mr. He, will Lawyer Gu be okay? Does she want to go back with us? What happened today was too terrifying. Bai Shuang hadn't expected that the gentle-looking Mr. Dresden would actually pull Gu Nianji to take the bullet. They all thought that Dresden was a good person, someone who couldn't stand the perversion of their own country and had defected to justice and freedom. Who would have thought that this good man was not as simple as he seemed? He Zhichu also wanted to send Gu Nianji back, but he wouldn't go with them. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he knew what Gu Nianji was capable of. If she wanted to fool these two people, it would be a piece of cake. He had to find the best men to escort her. He Zhichu played with Dresden's phone. His face was expressionless as he said coldly, "She was scared today and needs to rest. She'll go back in a few days." Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other and didn't say anything else. They followed He Zhichu's men and left H City. After these people left, He Zhichu opened Dresden's phone to take a closer look at the contents. He had already changed the password on the phone, so it was very easy to open it again. In Dresden's phone, he discovered this guy's secret. It turned out that he had also contacted the CIA through his mobile game, sent messages, and received orders. No wonder he played games on his phone whenever he had time. He pretended to be timid and ignorant. He pretended to be too timid and incompetent. He Zhichu's face darkened as he walked out of his room with his phone. In the corridor at the door, the ace of the Far East was leaning against the wall by the door not far away. He looked impatiently at Gu Nianji, who was standing in front of him. Gu Nianji had just taken a shower and changed her clothes. Her hair was still wet, and she was looking up with a smile. "Mr. Peter, we meet again. Who were you talking to just now? What does it have to do with you? Oh, by the way, I don't answer calls from strangers. You don't have to call me." The ace of the Far East's voice was very cold and distant. Gu Nianji was stunned. "Who called you?" Just as she was about to deny it, the ace of the Far East gave her a time. "Didn't you call me?" Gu Nianji was embarrassed. That was the time she had tried to hack into the ace of the Far East's phone. She hadn't expected to be discovered. "But we're not strangers." Gu Nianji came up with an idea. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. "We're acquaintances. You saved me again today. Can't I call to express my gratitude?" "Really?" The ace of the Far East caught a glimpse of He Zhichu's figure from the corner of his eye and chuckled. Suddenly, he turned around and grabbed Gu Nianji's shoulder. He pushed and pulled her against the wall. The two of them suddenly changed positions. Now, Gu Nianji was standing against the wall, and the ace of the Far East was standing in front of her. His fingers caressed Gu Nianji's cheek and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. His sculpture-like cold and handsome face suddenly became lively and fragrant. Gu Nianji was instantly dazed and almost forgot to resist. "Look, Miss Gu still said she wasn't seducing me. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I told Mr. He that I don't mind having a bed partner like you." He leaned close to Gu Nianji's ear and almost whispered, but his voice wasn't soft. Even He Zhichu, who was striding over, heard it. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and pushed him away violently. Her face flushed and she said angrily, "I just wanted to express my gratitude. Do you have to do this?" "Thank you. I didn't save you. It was this Mr. He who saved you." The ace of the Far East sneered and adjusted his collar. He placed his hand on the door handle and pushed it open with a click. He retreated and entered. He Zhichu walked over calmly as if he hadn't seen what had just happened. He said, "Is it convenient for you to come in and have a chat?" The ace of the Far East stood in his room and shrugged at He Jichu and Gu Nianji. I'm fine. He Jichu walked in. Gu Nianji thought about it and followed him in. The ace of the Far East slammed the door behind them. He Jichu pursed his lips and raised Dresden's phone. He said, Dresden called the sniper tonight on his own accord. He wanted to kill Nianji. He looked at Gu Nianji. Why is Dresden targeting you? Gu Nianji was also surprised, but after thinking about it, she immediately said, he's very sensitive. I pointed out his illogical points on the small yacht tonight, so he might have been on guard. Because he said that he had deliberately exposed information about the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire in order to escape the CIA's pursuit. Gu Nianji felt that it didn't make sense, so she said, it doesn't make sense. The ace of the Far East crossed his arms and leaned against the back of the door. He said coldly, so you alerted him. I didn't know his true purpose at the time. Gu Nianji was furious. I was just refuting his words, and I didn't say what he really lied about. I didn't expect that one sentence would make him want to kill me. He Jichu held Gu Nianji's hand and comforted her. Don't be angry. This proves that he's in the same line as Mr. Peter and not some freedom guardian. Only someone who has received special training would want to kill him because of a sentence that might give him away. Gu Nianji, why did it sound so strange to her? The ace of the Far East, who had been implicated, ignored He Jichu's innuendo and said stiffly, Young Master He, you shouldn't let outsiders know about such an important matter. Nianji isn't an outsider. He Jichu protected Gu Nianji and didn't allow anyone to say anything bad about her. She's not an outsider. Who is she? Is she in your system? The ace of the Far East switched his foot to support himself on the ground. His expression was very disdainful. Is that all your discipline is? I regret making this deal with you. Gu Nianji was furious. What do you regret? Don't take it for granted. These Soviets had the ability to take over everything themselves. How could they cooperate like this? If Dresden's escape was really a CIA trap, then we've all fallen for it. The ace of the Far East's expression was very ugly. I have to report this to my superiors. You guys can leave and wait for my news. He opened the door and motioned for them to leave. He Jichu glanced at him and turned to walk out. Gu Nianji followed him for a few steps and turned to look at the ace of the Far East. She opened her mouth but hesitated. The ace of the Far East didn't pretend to speak at all. He grabbed her arm and pushed her out. The door slammed shut in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth in hatred. He Jichu turned around, his expression very ugly. Nianji, were you looking for him just now? Gu Nianji quickly lowered her head and looked down at the Persian carpet in the corridor. She whispered, I just went out to look for Bai Shuang and Director Zhao, but I didn't see them. When I came back, I saw Mr. Peter talking to someone else in the corridor, so I casually thanked him. After all, if it wasn't for him tonight, I might not have been able to get hold of Dresden so quickly. You even called him. He Jichu looked at her steadily. He didn't pick up. I just wanted to thank him. Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed. She wouldn't say that she had actually wanted to hack into the ace of the Far East's phone number to help He Jichu find out more about the ace of the Far East. In the end, she was discovered and intercepted by the other party. She should have thought of it. How could the head of the Soviet KGB's Far East Bureau be called the ace, so easily be seen through by them? She would never say such an embarrassing thing out loud. But in He Jichu's ears, it had a different meaning. In his eyes, even if this ace of the Far East, Hu Shaoheng, wasn't the Hu Shaoheng of the Special Operations Forces, he still had an unparalleled attraction to Gu Nianji. In other words, when the two of them stood together, the magnetic field between them was stronger than when they stood together with others. His face alternated between red and white, and the anxiety in his heart almost reached its peak. He had lost to Hu Xiaohing in that department, and now he was going to lose to Hu Xiaohing here. It was fine if he lost to the other side. After all, he was 7 years late, the most precious 7 years. But why would he lose to Hu Xiaohing here? He had even appeared later than him. He Jichu gripped Dresden's phone tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, but he endured it and didn't show it. He said calmly, "All right, go back and rest early." Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed and quickly nodded. "Then I'll be leaving." "Young Master He, you should rest early too." He Jichu watched her return to her room before turning around and going back to his room to continue working. Without saying a word, he downloaded all the contents of Dresden's phone and saved them in 2 copies. One for himself and the other for the cloud system. At that moment, He Qingjian's call came in. His voice was a little nervous. "Ah Chu, did you guys get into trouble again tonight?" It seemed like he knew about what had happened tonight. Apart from the dangerous situation on the yacht, there was also the gunfight on the dock. Yes, Dresden thought that Nianji knew his true identity and found someone to kill her. Is Nianji okay? Fortunately, the sniper Dresden found at the last minute was very ordinary. We killed him. What about Dresden? He's under control. He Jichu kicked the coffee table in frustration. This was a trap. We fell into it. Nonsense, how did we fall into it? He Qingjian refused to admit it. We were already assessing the truth and risks of this matter. He just gave himself away. Now that the assessment is complete, we don't have to take the risk for him. The H city government will reject his request for asylum tomorrow and allow him to leave within a time limit. At first, they had thought that they would really have an opportunity to learn a lot of top-secret information about the CIA from Dresden. However, as Dresden revealed more and more information, everyone realized that he didn't reveal much information about the United States at all. In other words, he only had one PRISM plan for the United States. However, this plan wasn't a big secret, because everyone already knew that the United States was monitoring the world. Now, they only had concrete proof. Every piece of information he revealed about other countries was more shocking than the United States PRISM plan. How would the Huaxia Empire believe that he was a traitor to the United States? The Soviet Union must take him away, He Jichu said calmly. I'll arrange for them to leave immediately. He Qingjian nodded in satisfaction. Since they were talking about the Soviet Union, he immediately thought of the Soviet Union's greatest sincerity this time and immediately asked him, what about that ace of the Far East? How is he? He Jichu said, we've been watching him. Because no one has seen his true face before, but from the way he does things, it matches our intelligence. He is indeed the head of the KGB's Far East Bureau. What about him and Nianji? Did they have any contact? He Qingjian was very concerned about this. Because they all thought that this ace of the Far East was Major General Hu's counterpart, they had to be wary of his relationship with Gu Nianji. He Jichu's emotions were extremely complicated. He thought about it and said in a low voice, he doesn't have any feelings for Nianji, however, he couldn't guarantee Nianji's feelings. Although she didn't admit it herself, the way she looked at that person seemed to be glowing. He Jichu found that he couldn't stand it. After hanging up the phone, He Jichu restrained his frustration and made a new plan of action. He didn't sleep all night. The next morning, he went downstairs for breakfast and saw that Gu Nianji and the ace of the Far East were already there. Both of them were sitting by the window and weren't sitting at the same table. Outside was the bright blue Victoria Harbor. The scenery was pleasant, and the handsome men and beautiful women were even more pleasing to the eye. From He Jichu's position, the breakfast in front of them was exactly the same. He didn't know who ordered whose breakfast. He Jichu's eyes darkened. He sat down in front of Gu Nianji and said, "You're up so early. Yes, I went to bed early yesterday. Gu Nianji looked at Hejichu. You didn't sleep all night. The dark circles under his eyes were still visible, and there was some stubble on his chin. He looked very haggard. Hejichu smiled calmly. I made a new plan of action yesterday. I'll send that person away today, and I'll take you back tomorrow. Gu Nianji nodded and said with concern, be careful. Gu Nianji didn't plan to interfere anymore. She left the professional matters to the professionals. Hejichu finished breakfast quietly with her. After sending her back to her hotel room, Hejichu suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Do you want Major General Huo from the other side to come and pick you up? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Of course I do. Do you have news from the other side? Had Hejichu found his conscience and wanted to help her go back? Not yet. But if the ace of the Far East is still alive, Major General Huo can't come over. Hejichu gently caressed her cheek, his fingers lingering on her delicate skin. He asked tentatively, as long as we get rid of him, we can clear the way for Major General Huo over there. Don't you want to kill him? Maybe there's a chance today. This was today's chapter, chapter 1537, there's a chance today. There was no more at night. Yes, I'd better ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. It was still in the middle of a power outage. I drove a long way before I found a library with electricity. I went in to charge the code and go online. I hope there will be electricity tomorrow. Mwah, mwah. Chapter 1549. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Her big bright eyes looked at Hejichu in confusion, as if she couldn't understand what Hejichu was thinking. You don't want to? Hejichu asked. His breath was hot and anxious. Gu Nianji held his hand and pushed it away. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. What's wrong with you? That time when I said I wanted to kill him, you said I was being whimsical. Do you really think I have the ability to kill the KGB's trump card? She had only said that in a fit of pique. How could she be that capable? She still had that much self-awareness. Hejichu stood up straight and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked down at her and his voice became cold. Of course I'm not asking you to do it yourself. As long as you want it, we'll have someone to do it for you. Gu Nianji, she looked at Hejichu suspiciously. Young Master He, aren't you still working with him? Why do you want to kill him? His expression looked strange. Gu Nianji didn't believe that he really wanted to kill the ace of the Far East. Hejichu pursed his lips and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His voice was very restrained. I mean, if there was such a chance, would you want to see him die in front of you with your own eyes? That way, Major General Huo might be able to come over. This temptation was indeed extraordinary. Gu Nianji pondered it for a long time and walked around the room with her hands clasped. She didn't know what Hu Shaoheng and the others were doing in the other world. She didn't know how the experiment was progressing. Did they have the ability to achieve magnetic resonance in a short period of time and open up the channel? But if they could achieve resonance in a short period of time and open up the magnetic channel, then Hu Shaoheng might really be able to come over. However, the existence of this ace of the Far East had made all of this a dead end. She couldn't go over. He couldn't come over. Or rather, she didn't want him to come over at all. What would he come over for? To die with the ace of the Far East. This was a way to get rid of the two Major General Huas without bloodshed. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding, but she still had to pretend to be very interested. Gu Nianji could tell who would benefit more if the two Major General Huas died at the same time. If she couldn't see that, then she would have wasted her years following Hu Shao. What could she do to resolve Hu Shao's crisis? Hejichu saw that Gu Nianji was struggling to make a decision and felt very upset. He was sure that in her heart, Hu Xiaoheng was still the undisputed number one, and the ace of the Far East on this side wasn't like she had said. He didn't feel anything at all. What about him? Where was his position? If a man's love for a woman did not have an element of possession, then it would not be called love between a man and a woman. He Jichu clenched his fists and coughed without batting an eyelid. He said indifferently, "You don't have to hesitate. I was just saying. How could the ace of the Far East die just like that?" "Then what do you mean by saying this to me?" Gu Nianji asked sullenly. She stopped in her tracks and glared at He Jichu. "Do you think it's funny? Or do you want to test me?" The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. "Whatever you say. I never had a place in your heart anyway." He turned around and left Gu Nianji's room. He couldn't stay any longer. What was the emotion in his chest that made him extremely upset and restless? Was it jealousy? Yes, he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. But he couldn't find a way to vent it. He Jichu returned to his room and turned on the cold water in the shower. He took off his clothes and walked in. He supported himself against the wall of the shower and let the cold water wash his body. The pain in his heart was even more unbearable than the pain in his body. Not long after He Jichu left, the doorbell to Gu Nianji's room rang again. She leaned against the curtains without moving and turned to look at the video surveillance. She saw that it was Qin Jining. Surprised, she walked over and opened the door. "Qin Jining. Why are you here? Shouldn't this person be protecting her, secretly?" Qin Jining smiled at her and said, "I heard that you were in danger yesterday, so I was instructed to start protecting you publicly." "Gu Nianji, thank you so much, but I don't need it." Gu Nianji didn't want someone to follow her all the time, especially a man. If it was a great beauty like Xiao Yi, of course she wouldn't say no, but Qin Jining was an idiot. She didn't want to play with him. Qin Jining crossed his arms in front of his chest, making the muscles on his arms and chest bulge. He said oppressively, "You don't have the right to say no. General, he specially sent me here. If he says it's okay, it's okay." As he spoke, he pushed open Gu Nianji's door and walked past her. "Hey!" Gu Nianji called out to him unhappily. "General, he sent a man to live with me. Does his son know?" "Young master, he..." Qin Jining turned to look at her and nodded with a smile. "He hasn't said anything yet." Gu Nianji immediately took out her phone and dialed He Jichu's number. "Young master, he..." "Qin Jining said he wants to live with me. Hurry up and get him out of here." He Jichu had just come out of the bathroom and was drying his hair with a towel. He was stunned as he held the phone. "Qin Jining." "Yes, he's in my room. I hate living with this strange man." Gu Nianji was very unhappy and wanted nothing more than to kick Qin Jining out of the door. He Jichu put down the towel and took out his clothes to change as he said, "I'll be right there." "Don't worry." Gu Nianji hung up the phone and raised her head to say to Qin Jining, "Young master, he will be right there. Just you wait and see." Qin Jining smiled but didn't say anything. He Jichu arrived very quickly. Of course, he wouldn't let Qin Jining live with Gu Nianji. Let's go. Come live with me." "What are you doing?" "Then young master, tell your father clearly that it's not that I don't want to complete the mission, but that you're the one who's getting in the way." Qin Jining smiled meaningfully and punched He Jichu on the shoulder. "Of course I'll call." His father, He Qingjian, had never refused He Jichu's request. He Jichu brought Qin Jining to his room and called He Qingjian. He asked, "Father, why did you send Qin Jining to protect Ninji? He's a man. Can't we find a female bodyguard to protect her?" It wasn't that He Jichu didn't want to send a bodyguard to protect Gu Nianji, but he didn't want a man to protect her. He Qingjian smiled on the other end of the phone and said, "Actually, it's just one night. Aren't you taking her out of H City tomorrow? Think about it, you guys have a big operation tonight, so you definitely won't be able to take care of Nianji. Aren't you worried about her safety?" What he said made sense. He Jichu really couldn't take care of her tonight. Just let him stay in her living room. Don't you trust Qin Jining? Although there are female bodyguards, which one of our people is as capable as Qin Jining? He Qingjian continued to persuade him, and He Jichu finally nodded. After hanging up, He Jichu brought Qin Jining back and explained to Gu Nianji, "It's just one night. We'll go back tomorrow. I can't take care of you tonight. Don't make me worry. Be good." He patted her head. Gu Nianji frowned. "Is it really just one night? Miss Gu, don't think too much. I'm just under orders to protect you." Qin Jining casually sat down on the sofa in her living room. "I definitely won't take a step into your bedroom." "Okay then." Gu Nianji thought about how it was only one night, and the sniper who had come at her last night had indeed scared her. Qin Jining was a special forces soldier, so with his personal protection, she should be much safer. He Jichu was relieved and gave Qin Jining a few more instructions before leaving Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji didn't leave the hotel for the whole day. She stayed in her hotel room. Lunch and dinner were all ordered to her room. Qin Jining had just finished dinner with her when he received a call. He quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to answer the phone. "Young Master He." "Ha. Miss Linda wants to see Nianji." "What's the matter?" Gu Nianji heard her name from the side and was also very curious. She looked over inquisitively. Qin Jining covered the microphone of his phone with his hand and asked Gu Nianji with a bitter expression, "Nianji, Miss Linda from the Soviet Union is going to the airport with Mr. Dresden. She said she has something important to say to you in person." Gu Nianji was very surprised. "What is it? Can't I call?" Qin Jining made a monitoring gesture. "If she could say it over the phone, would she ask you to meet her in person?" "I see. What would happen to her?" Gu Nianji couldn't understand. Although she and Linda had already shaken hands and made up, it wasn't to the extent of entrusting her with some big secret, right? Qin Jining whispered, "There's very important news. It's said to have something to do with her driver, Peter." Qin Jining didn't know that the driver, Peter, was the KGB's ace of the Far East. Currently, the ace of the Far East's public identity was Linda's driver and bodyguard. Everyone involved in this operation knew that he was definitely from the KGB, but they all thought of him as Linda's subordinate. Other than the 5 generals in the military, He Jichu, and Gu Nianji, no one knew that he was the famous ace of the Far East. The Soviet Union's sincerity was, of course, directed at the highest levels of the Huaxia Empire. Actually, Gu Nianji didn't have such high security privileges, so she shouldn't have known the ace of the Far East's true identity. However, because this person looked exactly like Hua Xiaoheng on the other side and had met her face to face, they were lenient and told her this top-secret information. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes at Qin Jining and drawled, "Really? Does Linda have important news for me, or is it about her driver, Peter?" "Have you met her driver, Peter?" Qin Jining nodded with a disapproving expression. "I have." "Why?" "It's getting late. Shall we meet them at the airport?" He kept urging Gu Nianji to go with him to the airport to meet Linda and driver Peter. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't believe anything Qin Jining said. She quickly thought about it in her mind. Logically speaking, Qin Jining had been to the other world and had secretly observed the commander of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng. Did he not realize at all that this driver Peter looked exactly like Hua Xiaoheng? But she quickly remembered that Qin Jining had had his memory removed by Qin Yaoguang as soon as he returned to this world. So he didn't remember that there was another parallel world. Of course, he didn't remember what Hu Xiaoheng looked like on the other side. The driver, Peter, didn't attract his attention at all. Then why did he insist that Gu Nianji go with him to the airport to meet Linda? Gu Nianji reached out her hand to him and smiled. I see. Then give me the phone. I'll ask young master he myself. The other party actually used Qin Jining to fool her. How much did he think of her? Qin Jining handed her the phone and said with a chuckle, Sorry, I accidentally hung up. Call young master he yourself. This is the first update of the day, chapter 1538, whatever you say. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. We'll continue to update at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1550. Gu Nianji took Qin Jining's phone and opened his contact list to take a look. She silently memorized all his contacts, then found He Zhichu's number and called him. There were 2 rings on the other end, and then a robotic female voice said, The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. What's going on? Gu Nianji pretended to be surprised. Why isn't he answering your phone? Qin Jining explained to her, the operation has probably started. All phones will be turned off. Gu Nianji, what a coincidence. She took out her phone and dialed He Zhichu's number again. It was the same robotic female voice. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Gu Nianji quickly scrolled through her phone a few times and found Linda's phone number to call. The Russian version of the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later appeared on the other end. Gu Nianji didn't give up and sent another message to Linda's social instant messaging app. There was silence on the other end. There was no response. Qin Jining watched from the side as she fiddled with her phone. He smiled and shook his head. Why don't you believe me? They're on a secret mission right now. The operation will start with electromagnetic shielding, so whether it's the phone or the internet, they definitely won't be able to get through. The personnel on the operation were communicating through a special frequency Bluetooth headset, which was not within the electromagnetic shielding frequency. Gu Nianji smiled and sent a small emoji to Qin Jining on her phone. Then I'm sorry, I don't want to go. It'll be the same for me to contact Linda when she returns to the Soviet Union. How can I do that? What if it's something important? Qin Jining casually accepted the emoji and replied to her with a smile. JPG. Then, he earnestly advised her, think about it, it'll be more than 10 hours before the plane arrives in the Soviet Union. It'd be a pity to miss the important news. What important news would be a pity for me? Gu Nianji shrugged, looking nonchalant. I don't know her well anyway. She won't do anything that we don't know each other well, and neither will I. Qin Jining, what's wrong with you? Qin Jining didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so stubborn. He came up with an idea in a moment of desperation. But think about it, Linda and the others aren't ordinary people. They're the belle of the KGB's Far East Bureau. If she wants to see you and talk to you, it's definitely not an ordinary matter, right? As for the driver, Peter, I heard that he is very skilled. Gu Nianji saw that Qin Jining refused to give up and kept trying to persuade her with all those ridiculous reasons. She was also very curious as to who was so eager for her to go to the airport to meet Linda and the driver, Peter. Therefore, she didn't reject him outright. She pretended to be angry and beat around the bush with Qin Jining. Just because she wants to see me, I'll let her see me. Qin Jining, am I such a lowly and dignified person in your eyes? Of course not. Qin Jining blurted out. General, he specially instructed you. How can you have no status or dignity? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She knew the situation wasn't good, but she still put on a pleasantly surprised expression. She clasped her hands together and said, "Did General He personally instruct me? You want me to see Linda? You should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have gone. Why did you have to drag it out for so long? I believe in General He." Since he said it, I'm relieved. Qin Jining accidentally said He Qingjin's name. He was instantly dumbfounded and worried that he would ruin things. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Nianji wasn't unhappy or aware of their intentions. Actually, it was best if Gu Nianji didn't ask anything. She would just follow what he said. If she insisted on refusing, they still had a plan B. Qin Jining stood up and picked up his backpack. It's getting late. Let's go now. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she stared at Qin Jining's backpack for a while. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that she thought of He Qingjin's methods, it was very likely that there was an assembled gun in Qin Jining's backpack. After confirming that it was He Qingjin's order, Gu Nianji knew that there was no room for her to refute. He Qingjin's methods weren't something she could contend against. She knew this from the moment he covered the sky with one hand and insisted on bringing her back from the other world. She could reason with He Zhichu because he was somewhat sincere to her and couldn't bear to use violence against her. But He Qingjian was different. This man only had his wife and son in his heart. In the face of his absolute strength, her intelligence were nothing. Gu Nianji looked out the window in silence. The bright glass window was like a mirror in the dark night, reflecting her thin and slender figure. She once again recalled the 7 years that she had memories of. She had been here, loved, and been loved. She had been married. She had experienced everything a woman could experience, except giving birth. She just felt a little regretful that she couldn't grow old with the person she loved. But compared to many people who were struggling in misery, her situation was much better. She didn't want to be too greedy. It had been more than 2 months since she had been kidnapped and brought here. She had tried hard to live as if nothing had happened, secretly looking for a way home. But she had just realized that there was actually no way for her to escape this fate of being shackled and imprisoned here. With a supreme and powerful person watching over her at all times, her freedom was just a joke. She now understood why she had been sent to the other world, even at the risk of perishing together with her counterpart. Gu Nianji wasn't a person who was willing to compromise. If she could compromise and back down, it must be for a bigger and better goal. If she didn't have a bigger and better goal, she wouldn't make a bottomless concession. Her personality had a very strong stubbornness of, "I'd rather die than live in dishonor." Just like when she had fallen into Reinitz's trap in Germany, she had also fought them with the determination to die. She would rather die than be free. After finally making this decision, Gu Nianji's mood calmed down. She nodded lightly. "Okay, I'll go pack my backpack. Qin Jining, wait for me for a while." Qin Jining agreed readily. "Hurry up. There's nothing to pack. I'll be back soon. I promise you'll be fine." Gu Nianji smiled. Yes, she knew He Qingjian wouldn't hurt her, but he still wanted her to go under such circumstances. He was definitely going to use her to hurt others. She thought of Xiao Yi lying in a pool of blood in the other world, and then of the beautiful Linda here. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. Perhaps she would have a chance to pay off her debt. Qin Jining carried his backpack and walked to the door. Gu Nianji lowered her head and took out her phone to send a few text messages. One was to He Zhichu's email, "Young Master He, you have a place in my heart. You're my closest relative." One was to Lu Jin's phone, "The Lion King, Hakuna Matata, little Simba's best day here was at Disneyland." After sending the text message, she also turned off her phone and stopped accepting any more messages. When Qin Jining turned around, she had just put her phone in her pocket and was carrying her backpack. In the backpack was her passport, ID, wallet, small cosmetic bag, and the phone that Lu Jin had given her. It was placed vertically in the pocket of the backpack that was specially for cell phones. That was the closest place to her heart. Gu Nianji adjusted the strap of her backpack and asked Qin Jining with a smile, "Do you know the address? Didn't you say it was a secret?" "General, he ordered it." "It doesn't matter if it's a secret," Qin Jining said with a smile as he opened the door. Gu Nianji took one last look at the room and smiled. "Let's go. Don't waste time." The two of them left the Four Seasons Hotel and got into a jeep that Qin Jining had parked there. Gu Nianji sat in the front passenger seat and looked calmly at the road ahead. It was dark, and the magnolia-shaped street lamps flashed past her eyes. This was her home, but she didn't have the slightest sense of belonging here. The two of them chatted in the car. Gu Nianji said, "Qin Jining, Wen Shui isn't a good person. Although you're not particularly good either, you're still a little better than Wen Shui. Leave her. She's not worth your love." Qin Jining blushed at her words and said awkwardly, "Actually, I'm already thinking about breaking up." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Did you guys start breaking up?" "If you personally ask Wen Shui in front of young Master He if you're her boyfriend, she'll definitely deny it." Qin Jining looked at her in surprise. "No way." "Gu Nianji, what do you mean?" "I'm just reminding you." "It's fine if you don't believe me." Gu Nianji had no intention of explaining it to him. She had only reminded him to thank him for saving her on Snake Island in the Caribbean. Gu Nianji didn't want to owe anyone favors. Qin Jining's jeep drove very fast and soon arrived at the Tsim Sha Sui Port City Pier in H City. The two of them got out of the car and boarded the boat to M City. They took a small red ferry. The boat drove very fast and arrived at M City Pier in less than an hour. Along the way, Gu Nianji had already noticed that other than Qin Jining, there were many other people following them. It seemed that they were all He Qingjian subordinates. She had no intention of running away, so she pretended not to see them and followed Qin Jining to M City's international airport. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already past 11 p.m. There were still planes landing and taking off at the airport. It was as busy as a container terminal during the day. Qin Jining looked around and didn't see the scheduled plane. He was a little surprised. He quickly turned on his Bluetooth headset, adjusted it to a special frequency, and started talking to He Jichu. "Young Master He, where are you?" He Jichu was also surprised to hear Qin Jining's voice. "Jining? Why is it you? Why are you here? Where's Nianji?" "I was ordered to look for Linda and Dresden," Qin Jining said calmly without mentioning Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji only glanced at him leisurely and didn't interrupt. He Jichu seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, "The KGB changed their location at the last minute. They're not at the international airport. We're on our way there." Qin Jining. "Where?" he asked anxiously. "I have an important mission assigned by General He." He Jichu's heart sank heavily. It was as if he had stepped on air and fallen from a height of tens of thousands of feet. His ears buzzed, and his mind went blank. He looked at the dark night sky and enunciated each word. What important mission? This is today's second update, Chapter 1539, The Best Day. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. The second update of 100,000 Chidian coins for Momo Moshi, the leader of the alliance, has arrived. Good night, little angels. Chapter 1551. I'll tell you when we meet. Qin Jining was smart for once and didn't let He Zichu get anything out of him. He Zichu knew that Qin Jining listened directly to his father, He Qingjin. He only listened to his father and was loyal to his father. He was in a tense moment and was about to move to another location. However, he felt as if a heavy rock was weighing down on his heart. He said sternly, "What about Nianji? Shouldn't you be protecting Nianji at the hotel?" He had clearly said that Qin Jining would stay at the hotel to be Gu Nianji's bodyguard. Qin Jining was honest now. "Nianji is with me." He added, "This is General He's order. Young Master He, please understand the difficulties of us subordinates." Finally, he patted his chest and said, "With me personally protecting her, what are you worried about? Don't worry, even if I die, I'll protect Nianji." He Zichu wouldn't be fooled so easily by Qin Jining. He thought quickly and felt that their operation later was too dangerous. It wasn't appropriate for Nianji to be there. He didn't tell Qin Jining about the new location of the KGB. He only said, "Put Nianji on the phone." Qin Jining looked at Gu Nianji and turned off the microphone on his Bluetooth headset. He said to her, "Young Master He is on a mission now. Not only are his opponents the cunning and powerful KGB of the Soviet Union, but they are also the CIA's most elite agents in Asia. If he makes the slightest mistake, he will lose his head." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. "Qin Jining, what do you mean by saying this to me? Do you think I'll hold young Master He back? I just hope you don't say anything you shouldn't say." As Qin Jining spoke, he placed a Bluetooth headset beside Gu Nianji's ear and put the other on. He turned on the microphone and gestured for her to speak. This way, Qin Jining could hear everything Gu Nianji said to He Zichu clearly. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. "You don't have to do this." If she wanted to complain to He Zichu, she wouldn't have come with him. Since she was here, her thoughts had nothing to do with He Zichu. Gu Nianji said into the Bluetooth headset, "Young Master He, where are you? Qin Jining and I will come find you right away." He Zichu heard that her voice didn't change and was slightly relieved. He said, "Don't come over. It's very dangerous here." He coaxed her softly, "Be good, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he hung up on Qin Jining and didn't tell them where he was going. With a dark expression, he led his operation team to meet up with the military's reconnaissance company in M City. As he rushed to the KGB's transfer location, he picked up He Qingjin's call. "General He, may I ask what you're up to today? It was so dangerous today. Why did you ask Qin Jining to bring Nianji here?" He Zichu was in a bad mood. He sat in the jeep and looked ahead with infrared night vision binoculars in his hand as he questioned He Qingjin. He Qingjin sat in the study of the He family's mansion in the imperial capital and looked at the information he had gathered. He said in a low voice, "Ah Chu, I heard that the KGB has changed their location." He Zichu replied, "They said that the international airport was too big a target, so they changed it to a temporary airport at the foot of the Stone Stack Mountain in the suburbs. We're on our way there." He Qingjin calmly sent the location of the temporary airport near the Stone Stack Mountain in the suburbs of M City to Qin Jining. At the same time, he persuaded He Zichu. "Ah Chu, don't be too sentimental. Of course, I asked Jining to bring her here for a reason. It has nothing to do with you." "Father. How can it have nothing to do with me? Anything related to Nianji has something to do with me." He Zichu growled. His cold and clear voice was so low that it was hoarse. He gripped his automatic rifle tightly with his other hand. "I will complete today's mission perfectly. Don't complicate things." "I know." He Qingjin's voice softened. "Ah Chu, I've never been disappointed in you. You've been the pride of your mother and me since you were young. I know you'll complete the mission perfectly. But leave Nianji's matter to me. I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Father. Can you wait until tonight's mission is over before you take action? As soon as I clear the battlefield, I'll help you complete the mission. He Jichu saw that he couldn't convince He Qingjian to give up on his mission, so he could only take a step back and stall for time. Now that he was like an arrow on a bowstring, there was no turning back even if he wanted to. Because Gu Nianji had already been brought to his battlefield by Qin Jining. He had no way out. Of course, He Qingjian understood what he was planning. He smiled slightly, and white smoke rose from the cigarette in his hand. His fingers caressed the photo of his wife on the desk. Achu, trust me. I won't let you down. Everything I've done is for your own good, for your and Nianji's lifelong happiness. He knew that no matter what he said, it wouldn't be as convincing as the last sentence to He Jichu. His feelings for Gu Nianji had already become his obsession. As her father, how could he not know? How could he not fulfill his wish? And tonight's plan could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would it make Gu Nianji loyal to He Jichu, but he would also be able to take the opportunity to eliminate the ace of the Far East and frame a third party. He Qingjian's expression was extremely determined. The lines of his jaw were square and strong, showing his unquestionable authority and decisiveness as a superior for many years. His plan had never failed, and this time would be no exception. Under the curtain of night, M City was shrouded in sparkling and resplendent lights. At the foot of the Stonehenge mountain on the outskirts of the city, a silver-white Bombardier Challenger 300 medium-sized business jet was parked on a temporarily leveled open space. This private jet was equipped with a twin-engine HTF 7000 turbofan engine. It could carry 8 to 9 passengers and only 2 crew members. Rows of ground lights lit up on the runway of the temporary airport, guiding the direction of the runway. The weather was good that night. The navy blue sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was gentle. The Stonehenge mountain was only 170 meters above sea level, but it was already the tallest mountain in M City. He Jichu quickly rushed over with his own people. He quietly crossed the Stonehenge mountain from the back of the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. They occupied the best spot, overlooking the bushes at the foot of the mountain and the temporary airport not far away. Not long after, they saw more than a dozen people sneaking up the mountain. They were lying in ambush in the bushes at the foot of the mountain, facing the direction of the temporary airport. After another 10 minutes, a few open-top military jeeps roared as they sped up the mountain. The headlights were bright, and drunken Russian curses could be heard coming from the car. The jeep screeched to a stop at the fork in the mountain road. Tall and strong Soviets walked out of the car. Most of them had beards and seemed to be drunk. The last people to get out of the jeep were a man and a woman. The man was tall, and the woman had an impressive figure. They both wore low hats that covered half of their faces. Judging from their figures, these 2 people seemed to be Dresden and Linda. There was a rustling sound in the bushes at the foot of the mountain. Action! Do it! There was a loud bang, and one of the seemingly drunk Soviets suddenly raised his hand and hit the street lamp cable near the temporary airport. A burst of sparks flashed from the cable, and the place quickly fell into darkness. Fire! Shoot! There was a sudden clattering sound in the bushes at the foot of the Stonehenge mountain. It was the sound of a semi-automatic rifle with a silencer. Countless bullets were fired at the place where the group of drunken Soviets had been standing. The group of Soviets who had gotten out of the jeep had already changed places. One by one, they pulled out their weapons and began to fight back. At that moment, He Jichu and the others also began to take action on the mountainside. Their guns were aimed at the group of people lying in ambush in the bushes at the foot of the mountain. The sounds of sniper rifles and automatic rifles, as well as the sounds of hand-to-hand combat and low roars, turned the empty space that was being used as a temporary airport into a mess. Damn it! These guys from the CIA probably never dreamed that they would be surrounded by us and the KGB. Hijichu's action team and reconnaissance company were so excited that their eyes were bloodshot. They had come from the back of the mountain and were lying in ambush halfway up the mountain. The group of people lying in ambush in the bushes at the foot of the mountain were elite agents and special forces from the Asian Bureau sent by the CIA. The target of these Americans wasn't Dresden, but the Soviets who had come to pick up Dresden, especially the ace of the Far East, Huaishouheng. However, they hadn't expected that the Huaxia Empire, which had already blamed Dresden on the Soviets, would actually work with the Soviets to trick them. In the face of the firepower of the Huaxia Empire's military action team and the regular Army Special Reconnaissance Company, these elite agents and special forces of the CIA stationed in Asia were already unable to withstand it. What's more, there were experts from the KGB's Far East Bureau working together. The battle was intense and rapid. When Gu Nianji arrived with Qin Jining, the battle was at its most intense. Qin Jining pulled her behind a huge rock and avoided the frontal attacks from the mountainside, the foot of the mountain, and the temporary airport. However, stray bullets from all directions still hit the rock they were using as a shield, and the surrounding bushes were sliced into pieces. Gu Nianji's head was pressed down by Qin Jining, so she didn't dare to look at the situation over there. She silently looked at her watch to time. 5 minutes later, the sound of bullets firing outside gradually dissipated. The battle seemed to be over. Hijichu ordered his action team and reconnaissance company to clean up the battlefield. Reporting to the chief, "We've annihilated 4 CIA agents and 8 Special Forces soldiers. 2 of them escaped." Hijichu went to examine the bodies and found that the 4 agents who had been killed were the biggest leaders of the 4 CIA branches in Asia. In other words, their battle this time had destroyed the CIA's operations in Asia for many years. Hijichu breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand. "Thank you for your hard work. You guys continue." He brought 2 guards to the group of Soviets and shook hands with the person standing at the front. "Happy working with you. Happy working with you." 2 of the Soviets were seriously injured, a few were slightly injured, and the rest were fine. Hijichu glanced at these people and asked, "Where are Dresden and Linda?" The 2 people who had half their faces covered weren't Dresden and Linda at all. The ace of the Far East stood surrounded by his own people, far away from Hijichu. He said indifferently, "Their plane has already taken off for 4 hours." Hijichu's expression suddenly changed. He instantly understood. "You're playing with me. They didn't change airports at all." In other words, Linda and Dresden had already taken off from M-City International Airport and returned to Moscow before the KGB informed them that they were going to change locations at the last minute in the afternoon. There's a saying in Huaxia that all's fair in war. The ace of the Far East played with his pistol with a cold and arrogant expression. "Do we have an obligation to tell you the truth? Our deputy director, Linda, has already returned to the Soviet Union with Mr. Dresden. Thank you for your hospitality. We'll work together again next time." The ace of the Far East had a look of disdain on his face. With a flick of his wrist, he put the pistol back into the holster at his waist. He stood not far from the boarding gate of the Bombardier Challenger 300 medium-sized business jet, surrounded by tall KGB agents. These people were obviously Caucasians. They were muscular and surrounded him at a very tricky angle. They couldn't hit him from any angle, not to mention that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Qin Jining, who had been hiding behind the big rock with Gu Nianji, received He Qingjin's order. "Jining, put Nianji on the phone." Qin Jining quickly handed the Bluetooth headset to Gu Nianji. "Nianji, it's Uncle He." He Qingjin's voice was firm and gentle. "I have something to tell you." "What news?" Gu Nianji asked uneasily. Her voice was still trembling. She knew that it was time for her to go on stage. He Qingjian had asked Qin Jining to bring her to this battlefield at all costs. There must be a reason. He Qingjian was very satisfied with her performance. She should be in this state of shock. You know that we've been monitoring the magnetic field experiment in the other world. We just discovered that the other world might have made a major breakthrough. In other words, the people over there might be able to come over soon. He was patient with her and deliberately used fake news to test her reaction. Gu Nianji didn't believe a single word, but she still pretended to be surprised. Really? Can Major General Huo really come over? Most likely. He Qingjian laughed. I know you still only have Major General Huo in your heart. I also know that it's not going to be sweet if you force it. Since you and Ah Chu aren't fated to be together, I won't force it. Although Gu Nianji was sure that He Qingjian was lying, she was still a little moved by his words. How great would it be if what he said was true? Thank you for your understanding, Uncle He. Gu Nianji wasn't faking it at this time. She said it sincerely, you're a good father, but what happened before was really too much. It wasn't for your son's own good. It's young master He's blessing and our blessing that you're able to mend your ways now. Ha ha ha, is that so? He Qingjian's heart was boiling with anger as he listened to Gu Nianji's words, but his voice was still calm. But you also know that if Major General Huo from the other side wants to come over, he has to wait until the corresponding body here is dead or doesn't exist. Do you want Major General Huo from the other side to come over safely? Gu Nianji's nose ached. She quickly looked up at the night sky and swallowed the tears that were about to fall. She choked and said, Yes. It's good that you want to. He Qingjian let out a long sigh. Nianji, you just have to do one thing and Major General Huo from the other side will be able to come over safely. What is it? Gu Nianji stood up from behind the big rock. She had already guessed what He Qingjian wanted her to do. As expected, He Qingjian said, Go out and walk over to the ace of the Far East. Say you want to talk to him alone. Just bring him out from his bodyguards. While He Qingjian was talking to Gu Nianji, the screen in front of him was playing the live broadcast. He could clearly see the battle and Gu Nianji's every move. Can I? Gu Nianji looked hesitant. But he doesn't have any special feelings for me. What if he ignores me if I go over? He won't. He's Major General Huo's counterpart over there. He won't not have any special feelings for you. He Qingjian didn't think much of it. And you suddenly appeared. He's a suspicious person by nature, so he'll definitely want to study your motive. You're a weak woman and don't have any martial arts skills, so he won't be too wary of you. Therefore, only Gu Nianji's sudden appearance would be attractive enough to make the ace of the Far East walk out from his heavy bodyguards. As they spoke, Qin Jining had already opened his backpack and successfully assembled an anti-material sniper rifle. He covered the scope with a layer of black gauze and lay down behind the big rock. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and said, Okay, but if he doesn't come out, it's fine if he doesn't come out. Then there's nothing we can do. You can only blame yourself for not being fated with Major General Huo over there, He Qingjian said calmly, expressing a little regret. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and tried her best to keep her voice from trembling. Okay, I'll go. She hung up the phone with He Qingjian and looked at him. Why are you using an anti-material sniper rifle? This anti-material sniper rifle seems different from the ones I've seen before. The barrel of this anti-material sniper rifle was very long, but there seemed to be more equipment attached to the scope of the barrel. Qin Jining now regarded her as his partner. He smiled and said that Mr. Peter must be wearing a bulletproof vest, so we have to use an anti-material sniper rifle to be effective. But don't be afraid. This anti-material sniper rifle will never aim at the wrong person. Gu Nianji, absolutely not. Aren't you being too sure? Gu Nianji tilted her head. We all know that people make mistakes. There will be errors. No, this kind of anti-material sniper rifle doesn't rely on people to aim. Qin Jining showed her the instrument next to the scope. This is an intelligent anti-material sniper rifle. It uses infrared thermal locking. Once it locks on, it won't change direction. What if it locks on the wrong person? Gu Nianji asked quietly. How long will it take to change the route? It'll take about 5 seconds. Qin Jining frowned. Why are you asking this? I said I won't make a mistake. How could I lock on the wrong person standing there? But I'm still worried, Gu Nianji said seriously. How about this? You also have a Bluetooth headset. When you lock onto the target and fire, let me know. I'll be able to fall to the ground in time to dodge. I don't want to see a person fall apart in front of me. I see. That's good too. Qin Jining didn't suspect anything and nodded in agreement. Gu Nianji adjusted her backpack, walked around the big rock, and walked forward. Seeing Gu Nianji walk over, the group of Soviets vigilantly took out their weapons. He Ji-Chu turned around and saw Gu Nianji. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Nianji, what are you doing here? Go back. He walked over and held Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji shook his hand off and looked at the ace of the Far East in the crowd. I'm here to see Mr. Peter off. Ha! What do you need me for? The ace of the Far East saw her and looked interested. He separated the bodyguards in front of him and walked out slowly. He walked over to Gu Nianji. His face, which was exactly the same as Hu Xiaoheng's, was extremely handsome under the moonlight. Gu Nianji's face was pale as she looked at him motionlessly. He Ji-Chu turned to look at Gu Nianji. He realized that although she was looking at the ace of the Far East, she was actually looking at another person through him. He couldn't help feeling his heart ache even more. His face darkened and he wanted to pull Gu Nianji away. At that moment, Gu Nianji heard Qin Jining's voice coming from the Bluetooth headset. Lock, fire. She immediately shook off He Ji-Chu's hand and suddenly pounced on the ace of the Far East. They were so close that she didn't think too much and threw herself on his chest. Almost at the same time, a heavy sniper bullet whistled over and landed on the backpack on Gu Nianji's back. It was blocked by something and almost caused a small explosion. Then, a huge impact hit Gu Nianji's chest. Shrapnel flew everywhere, embedded in her back, and pierced her heart. Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly widened. She felt as if a hole had been pierced through her chest. It was burning and stinging, and she couldn't speak. A stream of blood gushed out from her dark red lips, and all of it spat on the ace of the Far East's chest. The ace of the Far East was also sent flying by the huge impact. He hugged her tightly and could hardly believe his eyes. She had used her body to block the bullet for him. He Ji-Chu's expression changed abruptly. He ran over crying and snatched her from the ace of the Far East's arms. He shouted, "Plane! Plane! Hurry up and send her to the hospital." Gu Nianji lay in He Ji-Chu's arms. Her eyes had already begun to lose focus. Young Master He. No need, please, tell Major General Hu over there about my death, tell him, not to come over again. Gu Nianji said intermittently. Gu Nianji spoke intermittently. She wondered if this was the state she was in right before her death. He Ji-Chu's face was covered in tears as he stood up with her in his arms. The ace of the Far East also struggled to stand up. His voice was trembling and indistinct. Send her to the plane. Go to the nearest hospital. At this moment, He Ji-Chu didn't have time to find out who had fired the shot. At this moment, he only wanted to use all his strength to snatch her from the hands of death. Gu Nianji's voice became weaker. Don't trouble yourself. Why did you do this? Hijichu carried her and ran towards the plane. His chest was filled with countless emotions. Regret, pain, sadness, grief, and confusion. Why did you do this? Didn't you hope that Major General Huo would come over? If he dies, the people over there will be able to come over. I can't let someone else sacrifice their life for my own preferences. Major General Hua and my happiness can't be built on the basis of one life. Major General Hua will be unhappy. I really want to go back. Gu Nianji sighed softly, closed her eyes, and stopped breathing. This was today's chapter with 6,000 words and 2 chapters in one, chapter 1540, The Worst Day. There was no more at night. Yes, she still had to ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1552. One of Gu Nianji's arms hung limply and rose and fell as Hijichu ran wildly in the air. Nianji. Nianji. Don't close your eyes. I promise you. I promise you anything. Don't leave me behind. Hijichu screamed at the top of his lungs as he quickly escorted her to the Bombardier Challenger 300 that was parked at the temporary airport. The KGB ace of the Far East, who had been saved by Gu Nianji, also rushed up and commanded his subordinates in Russian in a hoarse voice. Khabarova. Hurry up and give her first aid. Ventilator. Put me on the ventilator right now. Where's the pacemaker? Take it out. Pilot. Take off immediately. The KGB quickly boarded the plane and got into work mode. This plane was originally a KGB business jet, and it was fully equipped with first aid equipment. When a team of more than 10 people went on a large-scale mission, they would definitely be equipped with an emergency personnel. The female KGB agent, Khabarova, who was disguised as Linda, was the emergency personnel of their team this time. Hijichu carried Gu Nianji onto the business jet, and Khabarova followed closely behind. She pushed out the first aid equipment from the business jet. She skillfully covered Gu Nianji with the ventilator cover, turned up the oxygen level, and cut open Gu Nianji's clothes with scissors. Hijichu instinctively turned his head away, but quickly turned back. He happened to see the blood stains on Gu Nianji's chest, and tears blurred his vision. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block the light. Khabarova kicked Hijichu unceremoniously. She lowered her head to wipe the blood stains on Gu Nianji's chest and wrapped it with gauze. After examining it with the equipment, Khabarova said regretfully, "There's a large area of trauma on her back. She was probably hit by shrapnel that went deep into her internal organs. There's shrapnel in her heart, so she can't use the pacemaker anymore." The pacemaker used a pulse generator to stimulate the heart muscle, causing the temporarily stopped heart to beat and contract again. There was a high chance that Gu Nianji's heart had shrapnel in it. This kind of stimulation was fatal to her. Hijichu's hand twitched, and he couldn't lift it for a long time. He was extremely angry and panicked. He couldn't control himself, and his clear voice became rough and cold. Then what should we do? Is there no other way? Let's see if she can breathe again first. I'll stop the bleeding. If his breathing can be restored and his heartbeat hasn't completely stopped, then he can undergo surgery within an hour to remove the shrapnel from his heart. He might still have a 30% chance of survival. Khabarova shook her head as she carefully cut off the straps of Gu Nianji's backpack. When he opened it, it was pitch black inside, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. There was also a flattened, iron-like object stuck tightly to the inner layer of the backpack. Khabarova curiously took it out and looked at it. She said in surprise, "This is a cell phone. Oh my God. This is even better than the best bulletproof vest. The bullets of the anti-material sniper rifle could penetrate armored vehicles and the walls of houses. When they hit a human body, there was only one outcome, and that was to be torn into pieces. However, the cell phone in Gu Ninji's backpack not only blocked the anti-material sniper rifle bullet, but it also didn't explode into pieces when the bullet exploded. Instead, it was connected like bulletproof glass. Unfortunately, the cell phone wasn't big, and the area it could protect was too small. Because it was placed in the middle of the backpack, when the anti-material sniper rifle bullet was blocked and a small explosion occurred, only the small area blocked by the cell phone was not affected by the bullet fragments. The other parts of her body were still severely injured. Some of the bullet fragments after the explosion had penetrated the parts of Gu Ninji's back that weren't protected by the cell phone, and even went straight into the left side of her heart. A few KGB agents who were helping Khabarova with first aid surrounded her. They looked at the cell phone in her hand that had turned into a piece of iron and said in surprise, "This cell phone must have used a new type of material." "What kind of material is it?" Most of the intelligence the KGB gathered abroad was related to science and technology. If even they couldn't tell what kind of new material it was, then this cell phone was really very advanced. Hijichu completely ignored what they were saying. His gaze was only fixed on the respirator mask on Gu Ninji's face. He had been holding his breath until he realized that the ventilator had finally reacted. He let out a long sigh of relief. "Is her breathing back to normal?" Hijichu shouted and pulled Khabarova to look at the data on the ventilator. Khabarova leaned over to look at it for a while and said in surprise, "She's really recovered. Although it's very shallow and slow, it's not like she's not breathing anymore." She looked at the electrocardiogram monitor next to her. It had been a straight line just now, but now there was a slight fluctuation. Although it was very faint, it meant that the heart had resumed beating. Khabarova was overjoyed. She couldn't help holding Gu Ninji's soft hand and drawing a cross on her chest with her other hand. She said loudly, "Come on, girl. Don't give up. You'll be saved. God is with you. This girl's body is really good." Khabarova clicked her tongue in praise. "I've never seen such vital signs when she's so seriously injured. No matter how strong a man was, he would die if he encountered such a gunshot wound." Hijichu pursed his lips and suddenly had strength. He took out his phone and found that there were already countless missed calls from his father. At that moment, he understood everything. He dialed the number angrily and roared into the phone, "Hurry up and find me the best cardiac surgeon to go to H City's West Camp Hospital. He'll be there within an hour." Qingjin's face was pale as he held the phone in the study in shock. The scene just now had greatly shocked him. "Achoo! Are you crazy? She's willing to die for another man." Qingjin slammed his fist on the desk. "If I had known, I would have performed the memory-stripping surgery on her." Qingjin. "I only have one thing to say. If she dies, I die. Try touching her again." Hijichu roared and slammed his phone down. He hugged his head and leaned against the cabin wall of the plane. He didn't feel any heartache. His heart was already riddled with shrapnel, just like Gu Ninji's. She was seriously injured and unconscious. Her chances of survival were less than 30%. If she didn't survive, he was ready to accompany her. She went to heaven, and he went to heaven. She went to hell, and he went to hell. Only in the human world, he couldn't be by her side anymore. Because she didn't want him to accompany her. Hijichu leaned against the cabin wall of the plane and slowly slid down. He closed his eyes and sat on the ground expressionlessly. In the cabin of the plane, 2 KGB pilots were scrambling to prepare for takeoff. There are many bullet holes in the fuselage. The wing is damaged, and a piece is missing. 2 engines. One is broken, and the other is intact. They looked at each other. How could they fly in such a state? 5 minutes had passed, but the Bombardier Challenger 300 had still not taken off. The anxious ace of the Far East kicked open the door of the cabin and roared, "Why aren't you taking off yet?" "Mr. Peter, the plane was damaged in many places during the gunfight just now. Even if it managed to take off, it would be very difficult." They looked at each other, not daring to guarantee anything. "Get lost. Let me do it." The ace of the Far East kicked the pilot away and sat in the pilot's seat himself. The host who had been kicked away by him rolled to the co-pilot's seat next to him. The co-pilot had already stood up and moved to the side. The ace of the Far East was indeed the ace of the Far East. Soon, a plane with only one engine that could be started and many parts of the fuselage flew into the sky crookedly. After circling twice in the air and regaining its balance, it quickly flew to H-City. He Qingjian was terrified when he heard He Zhichu's angry roar. In a hurry, he didn't dare to go against his son anymore. He immediately made a call and ordered someone to find the best cardiologist and doctor near H-City and transfer them to H-City's West Camp Hospital to wait for treatment. At the same time, he brought his men to the airport to take a private plane to H-City. He had very complicated feelings about Gu Nianji, but he was more worried about his son's mental condition. As soon as he arrived at the airport, he saw Qin Yaoguang rushing over. "Brother He, I heard you're looking for the best cardiologist. What the hell happened? Is it Ah Chu?" Qin Yaoguang asked anxiously. Although they were already living separately and were discussing divorce, Qin Yaoguang was Gu Nianji's biological mother. She had also been the best brain surgeon and the head of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. Her connections and status in the medical world were top-notch. He Qingjian didn't hide it from her and said, "Nianji was seriously injured in H-City and needs a cardiologist to perform the surgery." "Ha!" Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened in surprise and she was very angry. "Why is she so naughty? How did she hurt her heart?" "Gunshot wound," He Qingjian said coldly. "Can you find the best cardiologist?" Qin Yaoguang was stunned. "Gunshot wound." She quickly came back to her senses. "Our Qin Corporation's hospital has very good cardiologist in Z City. I'll have them go to H City to wait for orders immediately." Z City was very close to H City. It was less than 50 kilometers away and would take an hour by express car. He Qingjian nodded. "Nianji is at H City's West Camp Hospital." The two of them got on He Qingjian's private plane and flew from the imperial capital to H City. At the same time, Lu Jin's private plane had already slowly landed at H City's airport. Lu Yuan personally drove to pick him up and said with a serious expression, "Something did happen to Nianji." Lu Jin's expression was very ugly. He held his phone against his forehead and knocked it hard. He said angrily, "I want to see which bastard dares to touch her. You moved so quickly. I just got the exact news, but you're already here by plane." Lu Yuan glanced at him. "How did you know?" Lu Jin showed him the text message Gu Nianji had sent him. "I knew something was wrong when I saw this text message. I immediately informed you to look for her." At the same time, he quickly took a private plane from C City, but he was still a step too late. Only then did Lu Yuan see the text message Gu Nianji had sent to Lu Jin. "Lion King, Hakuna Matata, little Simba's best day here was at Disneyland. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1541, Try touching her again. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader of I Am Master Rashi for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Kiss me, little angels." Chapter 1553. Lu Yuan's eyes were a little sore. With a gloomy face, he turned his head and continued driving. He said, "No wonder. I was wondering why she was so seriously injured. Lu Jin was very nervous. What injury? Where is the wound? How did he get injured? Did you find out everything?" Lu Yuan drove him directly to the West Camp Hospital in H City and said, "She's here. I just received news that Ninji took a bullet for someone and was just flown over from M City for surgery." "Who did she take the bullet for?" Lu Jin was very angry. "She definitely didn't do it voluntarily. Someone must have forced her to do so." Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and said vaguely, "I was also very surprised by that person. I didn't expect him to be in the Soviet Union. With the strength of the Lu Corporation and their business in network security, it would be a matter of minutes for them to obtain this information. Moreover, it was impossible to hide the fact that they used a plane to send a patient to see a doctor." Lu Yuan took out his phone and connected to the network of West Camp Hospital. He quickly cracked the password and found the medical registration system of the emergency department that received patients. Gu Nianji, female, 20 years old, admitted to the hospital with gunshot wounds. He suddenly paused. He Qingjian is actually mobilizing experts from cardiac surgery to operate on Nianji. Lu Jin rolled his eyes and used his phone to hack into the West Camp Hospital's network system to take a look. He said calmly, "Nianji only has 1 hour. 15 minutes have passed. In other words, she had 45 minutes. He would only have a 30% chance of survival if he underwent surgery during this period of time. After 45 minutes, even if the surgery was performed, the chances were slim." He then checked the doctor who had been arranged by West Camp Hospital to perform the surgery with Gu Nianji. He immediately pushed open the car door and got out. He cursed, "Retarded." Then, he turned around and said to Lu Yuan, who was in the car, "Help me stop those B***cheese from the Qin hospital from Z City. I'll personally perform the surgery on Nianji." "Are you really going to show yourself?" Lu Yuan didn't stop him, but he didn't forget to remind him of the possible outcome. "He Qingjian and Qin Yaowang are coming. Their private plane will arrive in 2 hours. 2 hours. I can perform 2 surgeries on Nianji." Lu Jin didn't care about his condition at all. He waved his hand with his back facing Lu Yuan. "My Gu family has an ancestral hypnosis technique. It's more than enough to deal with these young people in the hospital. It's many times better than their memory-stripping surgery." Humph. Lu Yuan listened to Lu Jin's cursing and smiled bitterly. "You haven't had surgery recently. Can you still pick it up? Do I still need to practice every day like those idiots? Everything is here." Lu Jin pointed at his brain. "Even if I don't perform surgery for 10 years, I won't be out of practice." "Then you must be careful." Lu Yuan knew what Lu Jin was capable of. If anyone else had said this, Lu Yuan would have mocked him to death. Only Lu Jin knew that he was telling the truth. This was the difference between a true genius and a touted genius. "Don't worry." Lu Jin lowered the brim of his hat a little and swiped his finger on his phone a few times. He hacked into the hospital surveillance system and walked in calmly. In the intensive care unit of West Camp Hospital, the doctors and nurses were nervously making preparations for the major surgery. In 20 minutes, the cardiology specialist from the Qin Corporation's private hospital from Z City would come to operate on a seriously injured and dying young female patient. The female patient had been shot in the back, and the fine shrapnel was embedded in her heart. Only a particularly skilled cardiology specialist could perform the surgery. All the shrapnel was removed from the heart and then stitched up. Given the seriousness of the patient's injury, the surgery had to be perfect. If there was even the slightest mistake, the patient would not be able to survive. Because time was of the essence, they had to make all the preparations in advance. Once the specialist arrived, they could immediately enter the operating theater. He Ji-chu sat on the bench in front of the ward and looked straight in the direction of the ward. His face was expressionless, but his face was pale. There was a kind of calmness and indifference that was as sorrowful as a dead heart. A few Soviets were talking in Russian at the end of the corridor. The ace of the Far East lectured these people with a straight face, "You guys go back now. The mission has been completed. There's no need to wait here. Peter, what about you?" Khabarova had a very good impression of him. It was a pity that she didn't dare to show goodwill to her trusted subordinate because of the tyranny of the deputy director, Linda, but now that Linda wasn't here, Khabarova didn't want to let go of this opportunity. The ace of the Far East's current identity was Linda's subordinate, Peter. Even his KGB colleagues didn't know that he was the famous ace of the Far East. "I'll stay here and wait for her to recover." The expression on the ace of the Far East's face was still extremely cold. Only when he said "her" did his eyes show a little warmth. "Well, she saved you after all. People like us can't stand this kind of kindness from ordinary people." Khabarova shrugged. "I understand how you feel, but will Deputy Director Linda agree to you staying here?" "I've already called her, and she agreed." The ace of the Far East didn't want to continue this topic. He said seriously and coldly, "When she left, she asked me to make the decision. Now, I order you to leave this place immediately and return to the Soviet Union." "Yes, Mr. Peter." The KGB members couldn't help but submit to him. They didn't dare to argue with him anymore. One by one, they turned around and left the hospital. The Bombardier Challenger 300 business jet that was parked on the tarmac on the roof of the hospital had naturally been destroyed by them. All the content related to the KGB had also been destroyed. Now, this plane was a seriously damaged ordinary business jet. After sending his subordinates away, the ace of the Far East came to the door of the intensive care unit and stood there. Like He Ji-chu, he looked at the door without moving. He Ji-chu raised his head slightly and glanced at him. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Peter, why aren't you leaving?" "Why should I leave?" The ace of the Far East put his hands in his trouser pockets and narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. "Don't you know who you are? A person who has exposed his identity still wants to stay in our country." He Ji-chu still gave him some face and didn't point at his nose to tell him who he was. The ace of the Far East didn't care at all. With an impeccable and perfect face, he said, "I'm now the deputy consul of the Soviet Consulate General in C City. Young master you'd better be more polite when talking to me." The people in the embassy had the function of spies to begin with. Any embassy was no exception. This was an open secret between countries. He Ji-chu smiled coldly. "Mr. Peter already has the power of attorney. Your country's appointment is really like child's play." Likewise. The ace of the Far East had no intention of backing down. "Indeed, likewise." He Ji-chu leaned back in his seat and stretched his long legs. "Don't flatter yourself. Nianji didn't save you because of you. Don't miscalculate. That's none of my business. I only know that she saved me with her life. I want to see her recover with my own eyes," the ace of the Far East said matter-of-factly. "I'm responsible for her health." He Ji-chu's lips twitched. He shook his head and laughed out loud. He pointed at the confident ace of the Far East and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out of his eyes. "Okay, I'll wait and see. Let's see how she rejects you." "What are you laughing at? She's injured like this, and you can still laugh." The ace of the Far East was very dissatisfied with his attitude. He glanced at him coldly, as if he didn't want to be associated with him. He Ji-chu wiped his face with the back of his hand and used the laughter to cover up his tears. He didn't want to shed another tear. All the tears he had in his life had been shed tonight. A doctor in a white coat pushed open the door of the intensive care unit. He frowned and said, "Keep your voices down. The experts will be here soon. Don't disturb the people inside during the surgery." He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East shut up at the same time. The doctor left the intensive care unit to welcome the cardiac surgery expert from the famous Chin hospital. He had just walked to the corner of the stairs when an ordinary-looking, tall, thin man walked up to him. "Dr. Zhao, what time is it now?" He held a pocket watch in his hand and held it out in front of the doctor. The doctor's surname was Zhao. He didn't suspect anything at all. He looked down at the pocket watch, and then, there was nothing else. This ordinary-looking, tall, thin man was Lu Jin. Dr. Zhao in front of him had already been hypnotized by him. He listened to his instructions and turned to return to his office. Lu Jin followed behind him and went in. Soon, a doctor wearing a light green surgical gown, a mask, and a light green surgical cap walked out of his office. After entering the intensive care unit, he ordered coldly, "Is everyone here? Start the surgery immediately. May I ask who you are?" There were only a few nurses and 2 doctors in the intensive care unit. Another doctor had just left. The doctor who came in was obviously not Dr. Zhao, who had just left. He was taller and had a stronger aura. "I'm the doctor invited by the patient's family. Hurry up and start the surgery. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong." Seeing that this person patted his chest and guaranteed, and that he could even take out his medical license and various guarantees signed by the patient's family, they looked at each other and began the surgery. The door of the intensive care unit was tightly closed, and the red light at the door turned into surgery in progress. He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East, who were waiting outside, were slightly stunned, but seeing that it was about time, they didn't want to delay any longer. Time passed minute by minute. On the way from Z City to H City, a van carrying the best cardiologist from the Chin Corporation's private hospital suddenly braked because the rear gear of a small pickup truck full of oranges in front of it suddenly loosened, and countless oranges fell from the car onto the road. The cars in front of them honked their horns to avoid it, and a few cars accidentally rear-ended them. The road in front of them was in a mess. Soon, the traffic police arrived to deal with the car accident. The people in the van were extremely anxious, but they couldn't move an inch. An hour later, the doctors and nurses of the cardiology department of West Camp Hospital in H City witnessed with their own eyes an absolutely perfect cardiology surgery. The expert doctor invited by the patient's family was simply amazing. His hands were even more precise than a computer-controlled gamma knife. From the moment he took out the patient's heart, found all the embedded shrapnel, to the flawless suture technique, every cut was just right. The patient didn't even need a blood transfusion. In the end, he even performed a small cosmetic surgery on the patient's back, perfectly restoring her back, which had been riddled with holes from the shrapnel. "All right, push her to the intensive care unit for close observation. If she can make it through tonight, she'll basically be able to survive." The doctor was very professional. After saying this, he immediately left the operating room. The in-surgery red light in the operating room suddenly went off, and the door opened. He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East stood up together. The doctor walking at the front glanced at them and said, "The patient's condition tonight is very important. Unrelated people are not allowed to take even half a step closer to the patient's ward." He Ji-Chu narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Don't worry, no one will get close to her bed tonight." The ace of the Far East also said, "I will stand guard by her bed with a gun. Whoever dares to get close will be killed without mercy." The doctor was wearing a mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. However, when he saw the ace of the Far East, he glared at him with extreme hatred. Then, he quickly looked away and quickly turned to leave. The doctor and nurse behind pushed Gu Nianji out and said to He Ji-Chu, who was waiting outside, "Mr. He, the patient's surgery has been completed. It was perfect. The doctor said that she can be placed in the intensive care unit tonight. If she can make it through tonight, she'll basically be able to survive. He Ji-chu let out a long sigh. Only then did he realize that his entire body was drenched, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He was covered in sweat. The ace of the Far East quickly said, "I'll take care of her." Gu Nianji was pushed into a separate intensive care unit. The ace of the Far East guarded the room, and He Ji-chu guarded the door. There was also a special nurse sitting in front of the equipment to observe the patient's post-surgery data. He Qingjian and Qin Yaguang got off the plane and arrived at West Camp Hospital. They found that the surgery had already been completed, but the cardiothoracic surgery expert from the Qin hospital was still blocked on the way. This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1542, I want to be responsible for her. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was delivered to the first leader of Jiaojiao Reading, Whose Sweetheart Whose Heart, in February. Good night, big brothers, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.